Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We are on the top of page 5, Embrace Imperfections. So, when we start talking about embracing imperfections, it's just the areas where we, maybe aren't as good as we'd like to be, or we're not good like other people maybe around us or something. But, everybody has imperfections. You have things that you do really well at and things that maybe are a little bit more difficult. And so um, I think we're usually pretty good about acknowledging our strong points, but sometimes acknowledging the weak points makes us more efficient, more effective. And this is a very simple story. I've told it before, but I'm going to tell it again. Just like all through high school and a little bit out of high school when I was growing up. I wasn't in high school in my 40s. I was when I was growing up. So, like when I was a teenager, I was a cook. It's just how I would make money for the things I wanted to do. And, labor laws in California at the time weren't very strong, so I could work almost a full-time job and go to school at the same time. And right when I got out of high school, I started managing a Subway, like a Subway sandwich shop, and they were a lot more simple than they are now. Like they didn't have all the different stuff, and it was just very straightforward. Well, coming from running the wheel and the flat top at a restaurant to going to managing a Subway, let's just say the level of boredom was immediate. And one of the ways that I amused myself was I decided that I was not going to use my right hand for several months. Like I was like, yeah, I'll make it a challenge. It'll make it whatever. And so I did everything left-handed, and I was not coordinated with my left hand. Like I was just like I cut bread, I did everything. I made sandwich, everything I did with the left hand. Ran the register with my left hand, gave change with left hand, everything I did with my left hand. And started getting kind of good at dealing with being just usually very dominant right-handed, and never really tested it. I was bent on I'm only using my left hand, even when it was like super busy and we needed to step up the pace. I was like still doing left hand, like I'm fully committed, right? So then a couple months went by and I got bored with doing it left-handed. Like, so I just started, using my right hand. Here's the interesting thing. Without doing anything, only using my left hand, my right hand became significantly more coordinated. And my brain was able to do like multiple things with the hands, and I could think it out both at the same time. And so it made me faster. But the reason to tell the story, and this is a very simple story, by embracing the thing that was a difficulty, it made the good things that I could do better. Like I became better at it without even trying to be better. So like if we use this as an analogy, if you keep just trying to make the right hand more and more coordinated, at some point, be it because of the brain or the coordination, whatever, however you want to say it, that is limited because of the lack of coordination in my left hand. So at some point, my coordination with the one hand could only go so far because the shortcoming, the lack of use of the left hand actually started to inhibit the ability to get better with the thing that I was really good at. And so by embracing this negative side, you become a better problem solver. You become better at overcoming obstacles. It changes your thought process. It changes the way you approach something. And if you just stood back and watched people do things like in society, at a job or whatever, we spend time trying to not make an effort. Like I'm willing to give this much effort. I'm not really willing to do a whole lot more, right? And so if it goes into like I need to address some things that I'm struggling with, I'm like, well, I only have this much effort. That much effort doesn't really address the insufficiencies that I have, or the lack of ability in a certain area. So I'm only going to do this, right? And so, I think we've all had the experience where you go into a store and you're asking the person, and the person's working harder to not help you than to help you. And you get like really frustrated and you're like, what is going on? But maybe they don't have the skill set. Maybe they're just so ingrained and I only have this much to give, right? And so not only are you increasing and improving your abilities, you're changing your attitude of putting effort forth to resolve problems or to resolve obstacles, right? You're training yourself to like, okay, here's an obstacle, let's overcome it. Where like in my youth, I mean, I joke, but it's really not that funny. It's funny now, but in the moment it was not. My first form of meditation was to sit and meditate on the obstacle. Oh, it's so difficult, so hard, can't overcome it. It's too big. It's too multifaceted. I'm not going to be able to do it. Like it was like it was a mantra for me. Like I'm just not going to be able to do it. As life went on, either I had to get over it or life was not going to be very good, right? And so these little weird things, like as funny as it sounds, like just going, I'm going to do this with my left hand because my left hand is super uncoordinated. All of a sudden, my brain changed and I became a little bit easier to go over and overcome obstacles. And then you start looking at other things where you're like, okay, when I'm doing this, this is the part that is the hardest for me. So let's just work on it for a little bit and let's see what happens. Other areas would get better, right? And so this idea of imperfections, it's not as negative as you would think. It's a little bit like going to the gym. You don't want to, you don't like it, you get there, you kind of the exercise, I don't know if I like this, but then afterwards the byproduct of it is like I feel more fit, I look better, I'm able to move better, my back doesn't hurt, whatever it is. The byproduct is I like that part, right? That part I like, right? It's a lot like that, and at first, I wasn't doing the left hand thing because somebody was forcing me. I was choosing it. I could have stepped away from it, but there was times where it got really kind of hard, like, cutting things with my left hand. I was horrible at it. I'd cut my hand a couple of times and I was like, I'm still doing it left-handed. I was just, it's a silly thing you do in your youth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just going to do this little thing just to see if I can. And the byproduct kind of blew my mind. Like, the coordination in the right hand was better, but it changed how my brain was thinking. Now, later on in some esoteric practices, there was this whole thing about developing abilities with both your right side of your body, your left side of your body, your right hand, your left hand, this whole thing. It develops different parts of your brain. And so I didn't know that at the time, but tapping into it, I got like a little bit of a validation of why that was so impactful. And so it's even how we do things where like sometimes we're super trying to cultivate super intuitive practices. And then sometimes we get down to the concrete information that's like, let's talk about symptoms. Let's go deep on symptoms. Let's go deep on like the cause and effect and just keep it really super clinical. And then the next time we talk, it's like, okay, let it all go. Let's be intuitive. That ability to shift back and forth gives you a razor sharp insight into any sort of problem or difficulty that you have, or it helps you to have direction when everybody else is like lacking direction or blowing in the wind, right? Yeah, like I would say it like this, it's like it's a blade and you're just constantly sharpening the blade by going from logic, intuition, right hand, left hand. This side of my body, this side of my body, up high, down low. Like you just keep going back and forth, because at some point there's an emergence where all these different pieces are kind of functioning separately because of our lower mind. Our lower mind does not see everything as a whole. It sees everything in pieces. So instead of fighting the lower mind, you just start going, let's visit this, let's visit that, let's visit this, let's visit the pieces, right? Then you start to have experiences. And then at some point, the abstract mind goes, I see how all these go together. I see how they overlap. I see how they integrate. I see something bigger. And then the intuition has flashes of insight, is like, now that you see this, you can do this. Like it stops dropping down higher forms of information, because now you can express it. Now you can put it in motion. Now you can actually realize it in the external world. So this idea of embracing imperfections, it's not just about like, oh, I got to embrace the sucky part. Because if you would have said this to me 20 years ago, that's totally what I would have said. Oh, got to embrace all my sucky parts. Whatever. This sounds like a bowl of laughs. Like I would have not been into it. But as I got older, I realized how I handle difficulties or the imperfections are the things that make me successful or eventually produce happiness or joy. Not happiness or joy because like, hey, I got a new thing, or hey, I made this connection with somebody. It's just for no apparent reason. It's like, I feel happy, I feel joy. I have no reason why. I mean, I remember the first time I experienced like a joy that was independent of everything going on. I'm not joking, I sat for like a couple of days trying to figure out, why am I so happy? And then I was like, how bad is this? Like, I can't just enjoy being happy. I have to figure out, but why? Why did it happen? And because I was totally not used to it. And, looking back, I had been addressing a lot of difficulties at the time. And I wouldn't say that they were even completely resolved, but just at times when I would rest, my mind was functioning different, right? It went from seeing things in pieces to seeing like a bigger picture and seeing how things could come together, or just seeing that there's potential, right? Just seeing that there's a potential there. Sometimes there's a potential and you still have to engage it. You're not quite sure how it's going to work out, but you see, like, if I just start doing a dance with this, something's going to come out of this. Like I feel there's some building blocks in this situation. And it's not something that your lower mind, your critical mind can perceive. Like, even if you tell people like a plan or a strategy, or like this is a 12-point plan of how we're going to do some things, people usually can't visualize the plan. Like, they hear it, they go, oh, those pieces, some of that makes sense. But until that plan starts getting implemented, they really can't see it. And it's because you see everything in pieces, right? It's not good or bad. It's just where the mind is at that moment. That part of the mind is valuable, but there's other parts of the mind that are also valuable, that if that's just your go-to thing, then you don't get to embrace these other parts of your mind, right? So by going through and doing this thing with embracing imperfections, it's a lot happier and a lot more joyful than you would think, and it makes you more capable as a person given whatever situations that you're in. Could be relationships, could be work, could be goals, could be spiritual practice, could be healing, could be any of those things. It just gives you like a greater potential, like a bigger outlook. Like, you go from looking through glasses through binoculars, like where you can see like, I can see things coming from a distance. I can see how to align these things in a particular way. And a lot of it is just like, okay, I'm going to sit with this particular imperfection. I'm going to sit with my inability to do fill in the blank. And it doesn't have to be this weird like wrestling thing. It's just you start trying it. Even doing like certain things on your iPad or your computer, or certain kinds of games. I mean, there are games that are designed to make your brain more flexible. You know, I can't remember what they call them, but basically you just play these little games and it keeps making your brain more and more flexible. And it gives you a little difficulty and then allows you to practice until you um, improve in that difficulty, and then they change what the little game is and you keep doing it. And it's like Brain Jam or it's something like that. I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about? There's a few of them, but what's it? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's a few of them. And basically what they have you doing is embracing the imperfections in your brain, but doing it like through play, right? You're playing and figuring it out, right? You're getting to practice a bit. And so, you know, you don't have to go, okay, what are all my hard, dark things that I need to deal with in my life? Just like, you know, I have a hard time, you know, so it could be very simple things. It's not about tackling your big, difficult problems in your life. Just like little things where you see, like you have a little bit of a difficulty, you're like, I can't dance. Maybe I should learn how to dance, or maybe I should learn how to do this, or, you know, whatever it might be. Just start tackling little small things. The result will usually be quite big, right? So it's not about embracing these big, like, oh, I have this character flaw or whatever. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just talking about your ability just to address little struggles, little difficulties, because it will produce a fruit that's much bigger than the little difficulty that you tackle, if that makes sense. So with the two oils, there wasn't a lot of choices here. One was cistus, one's osmanthus. So cistus is very interesting. Cistus has an impact on harmonizing the two sides of your brain, right? So here we're talking about like being able to go from the right side to the left side, the right side of your brain to the left side of your brain, logic versus intuition. So cistus actually is tied to harmonizing those two parts so it becomes easier to flow back and forth. Sometimes focus is important, sometimes awareness is important, right? Eventually, if you keep practicing awareness and focus, they merge and become one. But if somebody's super focused and you go, Greg, 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 they don't hear you because they're so one pointed, right? Then you take somebody who's super aware of their surroundings, you go, okay, write down just the numbers 1 through 10 on your paper, and they're just, but the lights are too bright and there's too much noise, and you know, they become over consumed by awareness of the environment, right? And so you want to be able to focus and be aware, and focus and be aware, and be able to turn it on like a switch. Like I want to be able to be aware, and then I want to be able to focus. And a lot of times we have one or the other. We usually don't have both. So this practice of, yeah, I opened up a can of worms. I could walk away and nobody would probably see the can, but when you're practicing awareness, you're developing part of your autonomic nervous system. It's tied very specifically to the vagus nerve. Very, very specifically to the vagus nerve, right? When you are practicing focus, you're developing something that's associated with the somatic nerves, or more specifically, the motor nerves of your body. It's expression. Like, so awareness is about allowing something in, focus is about bringing something forth, right? So if you think about, we spend a lot of time going autonomic nervous system, parasympathetic, vagus nerve, you know, calming down fight flight. That's to allow something in. At first, it's allowing in information around you, right? But eventually, it's allowing in information coming from the light or from the soul, right? Then the motor nerves become the expression of what came in, right? So what people call psychosomatic is, it's not that you're expressing something wrong, it's the lack of information coming in the first place. It's actually an awareness issue. The byproduct is the expression, right? That it either causes or exaggerates health issues or difficulties in the surrounding. But opening up the autonomic nervous system is actually the way that you start to unwind that. But like when you hear people talk about it, they think about it's just the mind does this, the mind does that. It's actually neurological. It's about letting something be able to come in, right? It's actually tied to the vagus nerve. And then once it comes in, your mind kind of does something with it and then it expresses it. So if there's a lack of something coming in, your brain is still going to express it, your nervous system is still going to express it. And if you're not allowing the proper nutrients, you could say, to come in, the expression is usually poor health or blowing up a situation or exaggerating a problem in your body, right? But if you get in the proper nutrients in the first place, then the expression starts to change and things start to improve in the environment around you and health-wise. That's it in a nutshell. But what's that? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're actually going to be talking about it for months and months. Like, you know, we've already been kind of talking about it, but I haven't used that verbiage. But, you know, a lot of times when we're doing things in the new classes, I'm laying out that foundation so that eventually when we talk about it, you have experience to draw upon. Like, so like I'll teach it and then I'll go, let's not talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Like I want you to have the experience so that then we can go, now let's talk about it, right? But if you understand this part, your ability to prosper, your ability to overcome obstacles, your ability to improve your health, to heal others, any of these issues becomes much easier because you know how to draw in the nutrients and then how to express, right? So as you go through and do this, one of these little pieces is a lot of times we avoid drawing in the nutrients because we're avoiding our imperfections. So we go like, let's draw in the nutrients, but let's not draw in this piece here because that's going to make me deal with my imperfection. So, and like this part over here and this part, I'm only going to take this piece and I'll let it come in and then that's what will get expressed. Like here, you're just letting it come in and you're almost doing it in a way that's not upsetting. It's just playful. Like it's like, okay, I'm going to do everything with my left hand. And, you know, everybody at the store laughed at me, including the owner. The owner said to me, he goes, if you can't keep up, you're getting fired. So within a couple of months, because I could use both hands independently, I started saying to him, if you can't keep up, I'm going to have to take the store over from you because you can't keep up, you know, because he was always like the quickest guy, but he only did things with one hand. You do two hands, all of a sudden, like I could do something that took him 2 minutes in like 30 seconds, right? And this would go across the board with different things that are in your life. You could embrace an imperfection and have the fruit of it be improving an ability that's completely unrelated to whatever the imperfection was. Completely unrelated because you changed how your brain works. You changed your mind. You changed how you even looked at a situation and how to execute what needs to be done to overcome the problem. You're changing the game, right? So this idea of embracing imperfections, it's kind of a really super positive thing. It's a playful thing. It's not, let's look at our dark selves, our shadow selves and all this. It's like, let's look at, you know, doing something simple. You know, I'm trying to think of another simple, silly. Okay, here's another little embarrassing thing. Not very good at parallel parking. Just not very good at it, right? So if you just do the thing where like, I'm gonna really like, I'm gonna take every opportunity to improve my skills on parallel parking. And it sounds like goofy, but you start doing it and pretty soon you get good at it. It builds a little confidence. And then after a while, you're like, next difficulty, bring it on. Come on. What is it? and it's usually like little simple, silly things. It's not like, you know, anything big, huge, dirty, nasty. It's just like, I don't do this very well. I don't do that very well. Let's just improve it a little bit. And it doesn't mean that you have to be awesome about it. Most people won't even notice that you've done it. It's not like you do it and you're like, oh, this is going to be embarrassing. Nobody notices. Nobody notices at all. Like nobody's paying attention to the kinds of things that I'm doing. It's just like little habits, little this, little that. And pretty soon you're changing how your brain works, you know? I mean, if you want to just see a little taste of it, just the next time you're in your kitchen doing something, be careful, but go, I'm gonna cut this piece of bread with my left hand, or I'm gonna cut this piece of fruit with my left hand. Let's see what happens. And it's hard at first, and then you do it a couple of times and you go, wow, it's getting a little easier. I have to do it different than my right hand, but like I'm getting it down, and pretty soon you're not even thinking about it. But those first few times, it's like, ugh, I got to do this. Like, oh, this is too hard. And then after a while, it becomes easier. You're teaching your brain that you have the ability to overcome obstacles. That's really what you're learning. Like, I can do this. Like, I can do this. They're in the shamanic thing that, like, when I was real young and was being taught, the teacher would always say, what one man can do, another man can do. Like, if you see somebody do something, it means that you can do it too. Right? So if another man can do it, you can do it. And then you go, I've tried, I can't do it. And he's like, what one man can do, another man can do. Like you are totally capable. You're just not trying. And you're like, ugh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Da, 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 da. And then you would start trying. And then it was like, yeah, it kind of worked. One of the things that he had me do was, it was up in the mountains, it was freezing cold, and he goes, go sit in that stream, just go sit Indian style in that stream for like 20 or 30 minutes. And I was like, you are nuts. I am not doing that. You are nuts. Like, that's going to make me super cold. I'm going to get sick. And he goes, oh, no, this other guy, he could do it. One man can do it. Another guy could do it. I was like, whatever. I'm going to last probably 30 seconds and sat in it. And I was like, I'm going to do it a minute, 1 minute, and then I'm getting out. And then after about a minute or two, it's like, I actually can do this. Like, you just have to change like where your attention is in your body. And after a while, it didn't even feel cold. Like it wasn't cold at all. And I was like, I could do this 30 minutes and did it 30, what's that? Yeah. So after the 30 minutes, like he had to tell me, okay, it's 30 minutes. I didn't jump up and like, I was like, well, okay, well, I'm getting a little stiff, and I like kind of worked my way up, getting up. Like I was totally fine. But my mind said, oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. That's what you're training your mind. Like maybe you can do this, right? Maybe you can do something that seems impossible. Now, I'm not telling you to go sit in a stream or do something dangerous, but things that you think you can't do, or little things that are hard to do, if you start embracing that and just going, well, let's just play with this and see, even if it didn't work out, you still were curious about it. And if you're trying to develop a stronger connection to the soul, curiosity is one of the ways to open up that pathway. To think you already know what's going to happen is the way to shut down that pathway, right? So curiosity is tied to knowing through direct perception, your ability to see something and get pieces of information and then be able to execute it very quickly, right? It's because the mind is curious, not rigid and going, I can't do that. I can't do this. I can't do that. I judge this. I judge that. You're just like, I don't know, maybe. And then when your mind has enough experience, you can look at something and go, yeah, like I totally can't do that. Like, I know I can't do that. It's physically impossible, right? Like jumping off a 3-story building. Yeah, that's probably a bad thing to do, right? My body can't handle it, right? And so, we're going to do the practice here. but just be a little bit curious about the things you might have a little difficulty with. I have difficulty talking to strangers. Start talking to somebody at the store or standing out at the park or something like that. And you see, like, I really don't have the difficulty. I just thought I had the difficulty. Right? So cystis is about harmonizing the two sides of the brain. Osmanthus has to do with reducing the thoughts from other people. Sometimes the issue is not that you didn't think you could do it, it's that other people thought you couldn't do it. I don't know about you, but that one's a big one for me, especially in my youth. Yeah. Anyway, we could go on and on, but I think you guys are getting it. Okay, so pull out whichever oil you're going to use. Cistus, yeah. We're using cistus here. So probably not, but I have it. I usually bottle that one to order. Yeah, yeah. I probably have it somewhere in my bag. If you want to smell it though. Yeah, yeah. Cistus. Yeah. Okay, so just close your eyes for a moment. If you want to think of something where you have a little bit of difficulty, it doesn't have to be a big thing. And then just start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even following a pattern yet. Just take some long, slow, deep breaths. The lemon or orange won't do anything. It won't address the issue. I mean, it'll be nice, but they don't have cistus or osmanthus. If they don't have either one of those, one should try like vetiver or briscuits or something. Okay, and then just pause and be still. Even as you inhale either the cistus or osmanthus, like, doesn't your brain feel a little bit different? Like it just, okay, begin inhaling again. You're not thinking about anything in particular, but your awareness is on the back heart. And then just be still for a second. Just be aware of your spine. You're not inhaling right now. Just check in with your spine. Do you feel some tension? Do you feel an area tightening up? Do you feel just completely open? Do you feel a particular blockage in an area? If you feel a blockage, put your awareness on the blockage. If not, your awareness is on the whole spine. Just keep your awareness on the whole spine for a moment. Now begin inhaling. Inhale with your awareness on that part of your spine. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart. Just be aware. Just be still, be aware. Keep your eyes closed. Just let it incubate for a moment. Your awareness is on your spine. You're not inhaling yet. You're just awareness is on your spine. Pay attention to your spine. Your awareness is still on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. What happened with my Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just pause and be still for a moment. Keep your awareness on your spine, though. Keep your awareness on your spine. Your awareness is still on your spine. You're kind of doing like a little meditation on your spine. Just keep your awareness on your spine. Begin inhaling the oil. Your awareness is on your spine. If there's a block, your awareness is on the block. If not, your awareness is on your whole spine. You're still inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Oh, I'm sorry, the spine. Yeah, I said the brain. Apparently, I'm having a brain fart, and it should be the spine.
Smell of roses.
Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just let go, be aware, just be still. You're meditating on your spine. Your awareness is just on your spine. Same oil, begin inhaling, your awareness is on your spine. And then just pause and be still. Just keep your eyes closed, just let it incubate. Just let yourself be still. Let's revisit the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause, go back to your spine, Check in with your spine. Begin inhaling with your awareness on your spine, the whole spine. I know. And just be still. Just be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Your awareness is on your back heart. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling the oil in through the nose, out through the mouth. And then just be still. Just be still. Just let it incubate. And one more time. Between the shoulder blades, your back heart, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Notice the thoughts that arise or the lack of thought. No. If you think about the things that we were talking about before we did this process, part of what you're doing is you're diminishing the duality of the mind. You're diminishing the duality of the mind by going through and practicing this. That means there starts to be greater levels of oneness, both externally and internally. So this is what I'd like you to do, just as a little experiment. Think of something where you have a bit of difficulty, and you're like, oh, I don't want to do that, or oh, that's so upsetting, or whatever it is. And just observe it right now and see if the mind or the response is the same or different. Whatever it might be. It could be very simple. Could be using your left hand. It could be fill in the blank, whatever, just like little things in your normal everyday life that present some difficulty or a little hard. Notice what happens when you look at it right now. What do you notice? When you observe those things, what do you notice? Let's go ahead and unmute, and you can speak up or type in whatever you'd like.
Yeah, like I couldn't think of anything because like from the second breath from here up was like numb and tingling, like empty, no comment. Like my brain was like, I've never, when you meditate every now and then things will stick you. You have to concentrate on breathing. It was like nothing. It to the point of drooling almost. I mean, I felt like it was kind of like an out of body experience.
She said she was drooling a lot.
That is not what I said.
So she said she was really drooling. It's bad. No, but you're when you start, what she was saying is like her mind was just like quiet. It was like empty. But really what you're saying is like quiet. And it's because the two sides of your brain are working together. When you're thinking things repeatedly or you have that chatter going in, it's left side of your brain. And sometimes you're seeing imagery or you get songs in your head, or you're just like, you're looking around, but you're not really like too focused. That's more the intuitive side of the mind. But when they become harmonized, it's just like quiet, and you can be focused and aware at the same time, and you see things very, very clearly. At first it's very transient, but after a while, it's like you can flick a switch and just go right to that spot. It's like you're almost being taught, like, when you want to look at things, come and sit here at this place and you'll see, right? Where before it's like you're trying to describe it to the left, you're trying to describe it to the right, but when you bring them both together, it's just everything just goes quiet and you're able to see very, very clearly. So very good.
It was scary.
Yeah, she said it was a little bit scary. It's probably because there was so much drool coming out of it. She said a little bit about drooling. I exaggerated it for the sake of. Yeah.
So I decided to focus on the guy I have trouble at work with.
Mhm.
And it was getting to the point that I don't want to work with him anymore.
Mhm.
And in doing this, I saw the possibility of looking at it differently. And I noticed tension left this side of the jaw and the spine dropped, like a layer of tension dropped out of the spine.
So she was saying she has somebody who is difficult at work, and let's say it like this person that she has difficulty at work is high maintenance, but they don't think they're high maintenance, but they're high maintenance. You know the type. And just won't follow any procedures, won't do anything, generates a bunch of extra work for people, and then when there's consequences, gets upset. Why didn't you do it my way? And just a handful, right? And so I know the backstory of the situation, and so the person saying like, oh, I don't know, I don't know if I can continue working with this person. And it just becomes like extra effort to try to manage somebody who's not playing by the rules. Like all the other people are playing by the rules except this person, right? And so, we had talked about like, oh, you could maybe do this and that just to try to manage them a little bit better because they're probably not going to change, but you can almost say their unpredictability is predictable, if that makes sense. And you can kind of guide them into like a certain kind of unpredictability that you can like depend on. Like, I know the person's going to do this, right? And then you just prepare for it. And then, so she was saying, as she was looking at it, you kind of came up with some different strategies or a different perspective.
Well, the thought was, I don't want to do it. I don't want to work with him anymore. I want
Right.
to just have
Right,
him
right.
out of my work life.
Right.
Then after this,
Oh, so now she says she like, at the beginning of the day, I would say for the last several months, it's like, I can't work with this person. Like they're too hard, they're too difficult. Now she sees possibilities because I mean, it is a little bit of extra effort. It is a little bit like, I'm not being paid to deal with somebody who's high maintenance at work. I'm being paid to do a certain job, but now you're having to interact with certain people and it's like everybody's fine, but this one person, right? And so it happens in a lot of workplaces and it happens in families, it just happens. And so situations like that you have to take by case basis, but this isn't somebody under her, it's her somebody over her. And not a whole lot you can do other than plan for his chaos and his unpredictability. But also, like, if you start watching, like, there's like a weird method to the things that they do, and you just kind of start making those adjustments like accordingly. The other weird thing that she said, she didn't drool like the other person. I'll stop teasing you. Yeah.
I got a fever. Is he sick?
No.
I mean, that.
So she said she was feeling something at the top of her head and it's really hot is when you're in the process of changing, like something's changing within you. Part of what happens is the Ming Men will overactivate a little bit and it shoots energy up to the brain. So your brain has the energy to like go, oh, I have the energy to do this different. Like I have the ability to, so part of that was you were shifting or changing. Yeah. Yes.
I started off with different thought and then all of my thoughts just kept jumping to different. Like the first one that I started off with was something that I noticed this rise is I was like, hold on, I have to get used to the way my new body looks now.
Mhm.
And I didn't realize that that was gonna be a thing.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
that's what I started off with, and then it switched to, oh, I can send light to this person whenever I'm having a difficult time with
Mhm.
them, and it just kept going to different things.
So she was saying that like her mind was kind of jumping around, but it was going from different like kind of problems or difficulties, like this one to this one to this one to this one, because your brain is starting to work different, and it's almost like let's clean house a little bit. Let's go through and deal like that. That happens sometimes when your brain shifts. So yeah.
So I worked on a core issue that, I go kicking and screaming because I'm like, this is who I am. I'm not this other person. I can't do this. And I don't have to resist.
Yeah. So she said there's a part of her like that she's addressing something that she was like resistant about, and like she's like, but that's not who I am. But you used to be. Is that what you said?
No, it's basically I'm a night person, not a morning person.
Oh.
And like if I
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
try to shift it, I'd just
Yeah, I hear you.
no, like
So she said she's always been a night person, but because of her work now she's a morning person, has to be a morning person, and she's kind of going kicking and screaming, and you know in a way just like shifting that, some of that, it's not just like, oh, I don't like getting up in the morning. When you really like the nighttime, it's like your time. It's like a quiet time. There's not a lot of thoughts or demands from the external. It's easier to go inward. When you're up, when the sun is up, it's more about expressing, doing, dealing with other people. And so we have tendencies sometimes that like, oh, I'm more of a night person. Basically what you're saying is like, I like to go in, I like to have like me time, I like to have my time, right? Is that hitting it?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
so, and then some people are more like, boy, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I jump up and put me in, coach. Different people have different kind of mentalities, and it's good to be able to do both. It's good to be able to be the person who can jump up in the morning and get stuff done, or start tackling the day. But it's also good to have time to look inward and everything. One's not necessarily better than the other, but at certain times one might be more demanded of you than the other. And so we kind of have been talking about this over the last few weeks, but um, in the early days in some of my shamanic training, um, I was given the instruction to sit up outside and watch the day pass and then watch the night pass. And every hour I had to check in with my feelings. Like, how does this make me feel? How does this feel in my body? How does it feel like this? And at first I was like, really? Like, we're gonna just do these like silly, goofy things? Really? That this is the thing you're gonna have me do? It blew my mind. It blew my mind when I did it, because like even during the day, there were certain parts of the day where the mind was way more active. And as I got closer to the end of the day, like I hadn't been doing anything. I was just sitting, watching the sun. And if people walked in front of me, I just watched people. And as the sun started to work towards going down, my mind started changing. And then the night came. And then deep in the night, like all of it, my mind functioned very differently. And if you look at a lot of old alchemical like pictures and drawings, when they work the planets, they're usually working the classic planets. They usually set aside the sun and moon to do something specific, and then there's the other five, right? Because they're dealing with the classic planets. And so the sun and the moon is like the intellect and the spirit, or the emotion, or like that inner part that we would call spirit. And so the play of the sun and moon is that play between the intellect and the spirit. And so this will manifest as how you're able to interact or perform during the day, and how you're able to do whatever you do at night. And so being able to do both, like she does night really well, day, not her favorite. So it becomes like, okay, maybe I get up, and it doesn't mean you give up doing things at night, right? Or having your nighttime from time to time. But it means like, okay, I have to embrace that there's certain times during the week I gotta get up in the morning and, gotta, what's the phrase? Gotta make the donuts. The donut guy always has to get up before everybody else because he's making the donuts for everybody's breakfast to go to work. So, that's a good example of like, not my strong suit. I don't like it. I don't want to do it, but I kind of need to do it. Like my life would go a lot better if I did it, not every day, but a couple days a week, or maybe from time to time. I got to be able to do that. And yeah, good example. So let us take a couple from here real quick, and then we'll come back around.
Go ahead, Peggy, then Balaji.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Hey.
I love your story about utilizing both hands. Mine's different but similar. I played for a long time with the left and right hemispheres and the corpus callosum in the center. And
Mhm.
so when you said check in with your body and see, an aspect came from the right and an aspect came from the left, and they met in the center at the corpus callosum. And then at the same time, each took one step in and then shook hands and hugged and said, love is all there is. And so working with actually it was a health thing. It is reassuring and exciting to think, okay, now we're going to be working together again. Let's see how this unfolds. So I'm loving the class and the oils and my fellow community here, and just exciting stuff. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're so welcome. Reminds me of that cartoon that it was like there was a coyote and like a sheepdog, and there was the sheep, and then every morning they'd clock in at 9 o'clock, and morning Fred, morning Bill, and then they would chase each other and fight with each other, and then they'd clock out, see you tomorrow, Fred, bye, Bill. It's like our brain is kind of like that.
Yeah,
It's
good stuff.
each side has very different operating system.
But working as the oneness is I think
Mhm.
the highest, the most powerful. So
I
thank
agree.
you again for reminding me.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Balaji, then Ralph.
Hey, Balaji.
Oh, hey, Greg. Good afternoon. Yeah, for me, I felt, I guess, indifferent, right? It was like sort of like I don't care. I don't know if that's okay. In the sense that, for example, you said, okay, think of something, right? Okay, if I don't care if I do that or not, is that like oneness, or is it just maybe me?
It's hard to say. Like, you kind of do come to this place where you like don't care, but you can engage it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, did you say like whatever you were looking at, like, I don't care, and then didn't want to do it, or I don't care, and if I did it, it just wouldn't bother me?
Yeah, I'll just give you an example, right? Because I'm like looking for like new job opportunities. I'm just doing these interviews. Again, I do like 1, 2, 3 interviews, and then they say, I don't know, we found another person. So that used to bother me. Like, I don't know why. Did I do something wrong? Did I not do well? That was in the back of my head. But then I said, no, I did my piece, so I don't care. That was the context. So
yeah, I think that's good. And I would say, even doing a little reflection of like, how can I step up my interview game? Like, do I need to make a lot of times, even though it's in that kind of setting, a lot of people come with pretty full resumes, you know what I mean? And even in that setting, people tend to make an emotional decision. And so if you have any opportunity to have a one-on-one with somebody who's doing the hiring, or might have some sort of influence with the hiring, like the goal would be to have some sort of connection with somebody, like not necessarily about work, but like you see a thing, like they have a big picture of fishing on their desk, go, hey, you're a big fisherman, get them talking about fishing for a little bit.
Mm.
Goes a
Mm.
little bit of a way to influence them to potentially picking you. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm.
it's not just about presenting the information, but you have to stand out. So I would say it's good that you're at the place where you're like, I can do the interview. I'm doing what I'm doing. That's great. Now the next step is, how can I stand out?
Mm.
Like, how can I get somebody's attention?
Right, but so to that point, like Greg, for example, you mentioned, right, like doing that retrospective after the interview, and I've done that. So to me, I'm not getting answers as to what I could have done differently, right? Because they asked like a question, I answered them. To my perspective, I
You're
did.
making it about the facts. You're making it about the facts.
Right.
They have a bunch of people with like
Right.
portfolios like yours.
Mm.
It's going to have to be about also increasing a connection, like
Okay.
interacting, how you interact, how you like, are you going to be fun to hang out with? Are you going to be, difficult? Are you, whatever it is. It's like, so establish a rapport with whoever you're doing, because when they look at all the portfolios, if there's 5 people that all have something very similar, they're going to choose one that they have a little bit more of a connection with, or they have a feeling that this person's going to work out a little bit better. Like, don't make, like, it's good that you do the facts, but that's not the only piece. You need to also go, how do I make a connection to this company? And not just like in the cliche ways, like you look them up and you tell them a bunch of facts about their company. Make like a personal connection with whoever you're interacting with.
Mm. Yeah, and then just to wrap up,
Okay,
because
so
I
I'm
did.
going to give you a little bit of, I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. When you want to make a connection with somebody,
Yeah.
ask them questions about themselves.
Mm. Okay.
Anything you see on their desk, they have grandkids, they have a fish, they have a boat, they have a car, whatever it is, ask them about it.
Mm. Okay, definitely, I'll definitely do that in my next one. But like also, I just did follow up on like the stuff you had mentioned last time, sort of like the projecting that pink energy. So again, yeah. So the interviews went well. I think that helped. But it's just that again, the final, I guess the hurdle, I suppose, is I have to get past that. I guess. Yeah. Thanks, Greg. So.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Denise.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. Well, embracing imperfections. So I picked, all right, where's the place I really don't want to go? So I picked that one. And it was calling who that senior male figure I would formerly have referred to as the sperm donor as father.
Yeah. Like I was saying,
Yeah.
something simple. I love that you swung for the fences.
Yeah. So
How'd that treat you?
yeah, well, after going through the whole thing, my ajna had a screaming headache. So
Yeah.
I'm going to need to practice this one a little bit more with a couple of different oils. But it was, the curiosity developing the connection to higher soul and abilities is the one that
Right.
really caught my attention. And that's the one where I figured, okay, what's the place I really don't want to go, because that probably hides the place of greatest opportunity for me.
And it's potentially might impact how you interact with other male figures. It could be, especially like maybe, people in authority. I mean, there could be all kinds of weird variations of that.
Yeah.
But you don't, like, even if you want to tackle something like that, you don't even have to do it all at once, like the whole relationship. You can just start with talking on the phone, talking, like go like little pieces at a time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
okay, what do I do when he calls me? What do I do at Christmas time? Do I send him a card? Do I not send him a card? What do I say in the card? You can just do like little pieces like that. And then pretty soon, before you know it, you've tackled something big, but in little digestible pieces.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good. thanks for the
You're
the
so welcome.
insights.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Denise, then Laura.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. I like the Sistas a lot. It really did. It just balanced or quieted, it just allowed me to kind of sink in. So the exercise you gave me yesterday with the one person that it's my ex-husband, his wife. Okay. And if she can make anything hard, she will make it hard. And it's just
Well, it's her
after a
job.
year.
She's
Yeah, it's
It's
unbearable. It's
like
unbearable.
it's almost a cliche thing that I'm like, of course she does.
So I felt like everything you kind of picked up on her, well, on, when we did the exercise yesterday, and I did practice it, is I'm kind of looking at it as a service technique. Okay. And she's like a 2-year-old. I remember Jared when I'd say, do you want this? Do you want that? And it was like, no, everything was no. And then I'd say, do you want ice cream? And he started to say always no. And he caught himself and was like, yes. Well, she's almost like this. All right. Just like that. But when we did the exercise, picking something, I didn't go straight to her because I'm doing the service technique. So I picked it more about, I have to get up into Washington and get way over into Hillsborough. My truck's pretty old and there's no air conditioning and stuff like that. So I was kind of thinking, I knew you said pick something that was kind of hard but I felt this, no, I mentally, I thought maybe I should just rent a car. And right away I felt like with my truck, it was like, no, we're in this together. It really was so cute. It was like, no, we're in this together. We're going to see this thing through. Even if we die on the road, we're in this together. And I just wanted to say that after our class, my son did call and I have not spoke to him since March. Okay. And
tremendous.
He was really clear. All right. Really clear. Now he's only was on medication from June 6th, right?
But you gotta take the good ones when they come, you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it was so interesting because between everything we were doing yesterday, I ran down to the market, and you know how babies really outpicture you so much. This baby really pulled me in with her father, and she was laughing with me. And I was like, it told me how much his call lit me up, and apparently in our class just really, and it was very, very touching. It landed, remember? And
Good.
between this
I'm
and the
super
Saturday,
happy.
oh, thank you. And between this and the Sistas, I'm very grateful that I did sign up for the class and that we're doing this. Thank you.
You're so welcome. I'm very happy for you.
Me too. Thank you. I'm going to keep working with that one person. Okay.
Good.
And then go ahead, Laura, and then anyone here.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, how are you?
Hey, I see you next.
I know that'll be great.
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 things came up that I'm focusing on at this point, and that are vastly different. And so I guess would sitting with these 2 oils at different times help and kind of do the meditation process.
Yeah, like they kind of do the same thing, but for different reasons. And sometimes when a lot of times I do it with Sistas, right? And so just balancing out the 2 sides of the brain. But sometimes you'll be doing it and you're like, God, I'm just not getting it. Sometimes it's the influence that's coming from other people that is really more of a stumbling block. Like I realized that as I was growing up, some of the things were like, I don't like to do that. And then I had this realization, I don't know that I ever thought about it and chose that I didn't like it. It's that my dad didn't like it. And like he taught me, you don't like this. And over a period of time, I was like, I don't even know if I like it or not. And really, when I went down that rabbit hole, I was really indifferent to it. I didn't really have an opinion either way. But because he didn't like it. And you know, you're young, you want to kind of follow your dad or listen to your dad or whatever. I was like, oh yeah, this is just what we do. We don't like this. And the cystis does unwind some of that, but at some point, getting rid of like the stuff from other people, the osmanthus is a little bit better for that. Cystis is probably a little bit more practical. But like when you just hit that block of like, I just can't break through this one piece, the osmanthus helps with that.
Perfect. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you guys.
Yeah. See you in a little bit. Yeah. And so anybody, you had something, someone?
Commenting on what she said.
Mhm.
So that I need to connect with the moon more.
Mhm.
But my body like to go to sleep at 8 o'clock. So
Mhm.
when the moon up,
Mhm.
I'm asleep.
Mhm.
Bull, she wakes up at 3 in the.
How I combat it is me waking up so early for me to be able to go
Right.
out and see it earlier.
Right.
Or
Before the day.
day.
Yeah.
start with all the
Yeah,
stuff.
that's so what she's talking about is like she goes to bed early, but she gets up like early, you know, going back to the sun and the moon thing. And so she gets up, you know, while it's still dark, and that's her time before the day starts. So she gets to enjoy a little bit of the nighttime or the quiet time. You know, a lot of times in meditation practices, they'll tell you get up at like 4 or 5 in the morning. I think the Dalai Lama gets up at like 4:30, and he does his practice before everybody's up so that his mind is quiet and calmer, I should say. And it can look different. It doesn't have to be like, you know, sometimes it might be staying up late at night, and sometimes it might be getting up early. I like to do both. Like if my mind's kind of going, I like to stay up a little bit later and keep riding that train a little bit. And sometimes I'm just like, I'm too tired. I go to bed, and then I'll wake up at like maybe 4:35, and I don't even get out of bed. I do my thing that I like to refer to as pretend sleeping. And I just lay there, my eyes are closed, but my mind starts kind of processing things. And it's almost like a time for exploration where my mind can go, like, I'm gonna explore this idea. What about this? What about that? There's this problem. What should I do about it? And I don't even try to like think it out like you would with your logical mind. I just sit with it and go, well, I observed this, I observed that, I observed this, I observed that. And then kind of when I get up and going, I have like information that I can process, and then I can start like doing what I'm going to do. So even the early morning but still night is very different than late at night. You know what I mean? Even those parts of the night, your brain is still working like differently. And so you know, we have, you know, going back to what we were talking about yesterday about like the standard of like you go to bed at 10, you get up at 6 or 7 or whatever. Okay, but you know, if your schedule allows for something different, or you're a creative person or something, that schedule might not be the thing. And that might be the thing Monday through Friday, but Saturday and Sunday is a little different. You know, it could be any version of that. It doesn't have to be the way that we think. And we were reading something, I can't remember what it was, but there was some culture like back like a few hundred years ago where they would, what is it?
Medieval.
Yeah, where they'd go to sleep for about like 4 hours. They get up, they do something for like an hour or two, and then they go back to bed for another like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh.
And I was like, yeah, I can see that. Like, you know, because like you get a little going, and then you get up, you do something that's a little different, a little bit more creative, you go back to bed, knock out a little bit more sleep. I could see that. And so, you know, I don't necessarily practice that, but if I wake up in the middle of the night, can't go back to sleep, I get up, I write for a little bit, you know, might take me an hour or two, and then I'm like, okay, I feel like I go back to sleep again. I'll go back and I'll sleep like a baby for 3 or 4 hours. You know, cry, spit up, go like this at the little mobile thing above my bed. So anyway. Yes.
When I hadn't really worked with cystis, which has been very nice, or, you know, and I was wondering about your oil higher creativity.
That's for some aspects for the throat. So it's a different aspect of kind of dealing with obstacles, making the critical mind like more flexible, you could say, you know, because higher creativity is still tied to creative, critical thinking. You know, because if you look at like art, there's a lot of details that goes into the art, but it's almost like the merging of detail-oriented thinking and intuitive thinking in this one thing.
That's why.
And so it's this like a little bit more flexibility in the rational mind or the everyday mind, the critical mind.
That's also what you were doing too.
To a certain extent, like it's a different layer of the onion, but like she was saying, like with the cystis, it kind of felt like real similar. It's just a different layer of the onion. Yeah. But in the same vein. Yeah, in the same vein, definitely. Yeah. I could. Yeah. Osmanthus would be crazy expensive, but cystis could be very doable. Yeah.
Okay.
Or higher creativity could be very doable as well.
What about using them in diffusers?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's super good. I love cystis. Oh my God. You know how I always say, my favorite oil is what's ever in my hand. Cystis is one of my favorite, even when it's not in my hand. That says something. And so, you know, it's used in Jewish and Christian anointing oils, but they don't call it cystis. You know, cystis is also known as labdanum. And so sometimes like even different applications, people will refer to labdanum, but it's also rock rose, you know, and I think that's in a lot of people's gardens and things. But in the Bible, they refer to it kind of in code, and they refer to it as onycha. And onycha is like a kind of shell, but when the leaves are bruised, the leaf will bleed and it looks like an onycha shell. And so they kept it very like hush hush for whatever reasons in the Old Testament and New Testament, mostly Old Testament, in the applications, because of, I'm only assuming, it's very balancing to the two sides of the brain, and it makes you able to go inward to a much higher degree, and it makes it easier for you to see things that are not in your awareness, like in shadow, almost like not shadow like in a bad way, but just like you're not aware of them.
Like they're in the background.
Yeah, they're in the background, and you're like, you either don't pay attention to it, or you see it, but it's like, I can't really touch it. Like cystis makes you go, oh, look at that over there. And then you walk over to it. You know, like I had a friend who, he's another medical aromatherapy guy, like one of the old timers. And so he got a big thing of cystis hydrosol. And, you know, so it's the water that they use to distill the plant. And, you know, he used some of it up, and he said he had about that much left in the bottle. And so he goes, I'm gonna take a bath. And he poured it in the bath. He was like, yeah, he goes, it felt like a great bath. He goes, yeah, I'll never do that again. He goes, I didn't have nightmares, but I had a lot of disturbing dreams. And I was like monsters and things. And he goes, no, all my unresolved stuff just kept coming to the surface. And I go, is that what you call nightmares? And he goes, yeah, I guess even that phrasing is a bit of a Freudian slip. Like, these are the things I don't want to deal with. And it's just, cystis helps you to deal with those things in front of you where you just go, yeah, I don't want to do this. It doesn't like make you do it. It just makes you like, yeah, let's just knock this out and just get it off the list. Like, it's not even like, oh, I got to tackle this. It's just like, it's kind of like what Balaji said, where he's like, yeah, I kind of don't have any feeling about it anymore. So we need to jump over to the Astara Sunday session. And so we're going to break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30 Central Time. And if you want to join us for the Astara session, we've posted the link, and you can just pop on that and go over. I'm going to do probably a little bit of a healing So if you want a little bit of healing, come join us over at the Sunday session. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And we are at the top of page 6, letting go of comparison. So it's very much a thing to compare ourselves, doing good, doing bad. You know, you might be having a little bit of a difficult time and you're like, but that person's doing it so much easier. When really we all have our own difficulties, we all have our own abilities in areas where we're very successful. And because somebody else might not be successful doing it, doesn't mean that you're a better person, you're just different. And the same thing goes for the negative part. You know, so social comparison or like comparison like this is actually a form of a defense mechanism. It's a way for you to not feel bad about yourself, not feel bad about what you're doing, what you're thinking, or if you have a little bit of performance anxiety, it's a way to kind of manage that, but not necessarily in a good way or a healthy way. You know, the thing that I would say is the healthiest form of competition is you're competing with yourself. You know, like, hey, I was good at this a year ago. Where am I now? Am I going to get better? And then it's kind of like what I was saying a little bit earlier. What one man can do, another man can do. You see somebody doing really well at that. It was like, I would like to do really well at that. I think I'm going to try to do well at that. Rather than that SOB, he's doing this, he's doing that. How do I knock, you know, his feet out from under him? Or look at how awesome I am because I can do that a little bit better, or, you know, whatever version of it is. You know, everything is transient. Like this is the thing with all this stuff. You know, you might be really good because you're sharp and you're smart and you're young, but guess what? Time goes by, age sets in, you don't have the skill set anymore, you know? You're charming in certain circles, you get out of that circle, you go to a different place, people don't find you that charming, you know? Where in that one circle, it really worked for you, you know? And so really, in a way, you're trying to cultivate being present with yourself. Really, not so much about I'm going to be present with this person, but I'm not going to live in the future. I'm not going to live in the past. I'm not going to keep reliving the, you know, as a quarterback in high school or, you know, some cliche thing like that. Just where am I right now? You know, and look at what's happened over the last 4 or 5 years, and let's say 4 in society. There's the pandemic, all these things shifted, all these things changed. If you didn't have the ability to adjust and adapt, life was a lot harder. And regardless that it was how you did stuff personally or in business, you can't do things the way you did 10 years ago. You can't. Like if you are in the dying process because the world is changing. It is not going back, right? So your ability to go, okay, how am I doing? I mean, we literally both here and like at Astara and one other thing that I do, like every month we have this little thing like, let's reflect on the month. How did we do? Are we doing the things we're supposed to be doing? Are we missing the mark? Are we living in the past? Like what things could we do better? What things could we do we're doing worse at? Like what is it? We like almost like what, every 4 or 5 weeks we kind of do it, where before I might do it at the beginning of the year. Maybe it would be like maybe every couple of years, sometimes even. And now it's like every month, like, okay, we're going into a different part of the season. How do we better, you know, a lot of times it's like, how do we better meet the needs? How do we better express things on the website? Is the verbiage that we're using to get the information across to people, is that landing, or do we need to change the language, like change like how we're saying it? You know, because even that, people's attention spans are also changing, not so much like in person and on these Zooms, but if you're putting things out on social media, you have a very limited window to get a point across. And so in all these different situations, you have to keep going, how am I doing? What's going on? Could I do things better? What am I doing that I really need to change? What am I doing that's not good? What am I doing? And then you just go, okay, what's the things for us? A lot of times we have a list and it's like, these two right here are the most important. The rest we'll get to when we can, but like these things need to be addressed here and now. And, it didn't used to be that way, but it eventually will change again. But for right now, it's just kind of the lay of the land. Whatever's going on, it's the lay of the land. If you stay on top of it, you stay really adaptive and you kind of keep going with the flow of the things. But if you keep going, well, this is the way we always did it, you're spiraling down, even though you might not see it. You're spiraling downward. And so I can't think of one industry or one situation where that's like kind of okay these days. Like everything is changing. And it's not just the pandemic and everything like this. It's a changing of the age. It's a new age that's dawning. And so whenever that happens, things get scrambled for a while. Right? You don't get to keep doing things even in practices the way that you used to do, spiritual or religious practices. Even those things change, right? So, we have a friend who, there was always the talk about 2012, the end of the calendar, whatever. And he went through and like him and some of his friends who are science geeks, I say that in a positive way, but they're science geeks. And they went through and they looked at the calendar and they said, with all the changes and shifts in the calendars, what we think is 2012, guess what? 2020. Think of all the stuff changing. It's like, yeah, that tracks. That totally tracks. It's what people expected back in 2012, right? But you could say this is, that version, and it's just a changing of the age. It doesn't mean anything bad or horrible. It's just another day in the day of Earth, but it's still different than it was a year ago or 2 years ago or 5 years ago. And so this thing about comparison, we kind of, especially now, you don't have the luxury of comparing and going, I'm so good. Look, I'm doing better than them. Even if you're doing better than them, you still got to be going, what do I need to look at? What do I need to adjust? What do I need to change? Am I just maintaining? What am I doing, right? Could be a relationship, it could be business, it could be your personal life, it could be your spiritual practice, even healing. Like there's a lot more things on the market. Not all of them are good for you. It is what it is. People have opinions for whatever. It's not always tried and true. So, this idea of the comparison thing, I have a personal rule. I don't ever let myself compare to others because bit that they're doing better or worse than me is irrelevant. Like I still have to focus on what I need to do. And like I compare myself to like, okay, what was I doing 3 months ago? Am I doing better? Am I doing worse? Got to step my game up, or I'm doing good. I'm doing okay. Just keep the momentum. Like, sometimes it's just reaffirming of like, just keep doing what you're doing, right? But it will make life better. And a lot of times when we start having difficulties in the external, we start feeling bad about ourselves, right? We personalize the difficulties. So here you kind of want to keep your game up to adapting and adjusting so that you don't end up feeling bad about yourself, because it's hard sometimes to differentiate it when you're going through a difficult time. Back in the old days, I'd have healers that, back when I was teaching energy work, they'd come up and they'd want me to mentor them, and they'd just be like pretty defeated. And I'd go, okay, so you're relatively new. What kind of things are you treating? Like, how are you applying yourself? They'd go, I'm treating emphysema, I'm treating cancer, I'm treating like all these things that are super hard to treat with low potential of success. Like, you hope for it, but Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Where you treat a stiff shoulder, a stiff back, high potential for success rate. You build up your I don't know, your perspective changes when you've had some successes. You know, you have more confidence. Then when you tackle difficult things and you start dealing with the obstacles, because those things you have to really adjust and adapt to treat those kind of super chronic conditions. If you don't have the confidence to adjust and adapt, and you take difficulties and obstacles as something personal or that you don't measure up, you're not going to make it. You're just not going to make it. So you need to do like lower level, mid-range kind of things for a while, so you get your confidence level up. And then I would always tell them a small percentage of your week needs to be tough cases, but a small percentage. If you fill your caseload with super difficult things, you won't last more than probably a year or two. Like you won't have the tenacity to push through having so much difficulty. It's for anything. Like that could be a relationship, that could be any sort of kind of work. You need to have certain level degree of success to feel confident to kind of do it again the next day, right? And so this idea of comparison, comparing what other people are doing doesn't satisfy that need in you. Even if it does, it's very temporary, and it's like eating donuts for dinner. It might taste good, but it's going to make you feel bad the next day, right? You're going to wake up going, God, what did I like? I don't feel good. I don't have great energy. I got a headache. It's because that, right? So anyway, I think that's enough. I could keep going, but sometimes I just have to temper myself. So here we're going to use either, you can use benzoin, rose, or timolol. Timolol is a very interesting thing. You know, different forms of thyme are very strengthening, but timolol specifically is very strengthening when you don't feel adequate. Like, think about what I just said, like when you don't feel adequate, it kind of strengthens that. So this is very potent for this, but at the same time, it's gentle enough to where you could use this on kids. And like in adults, like when we don't feel adequate enough, it's just like you kind of internalize it. You might adjust your behaviors a little bit, but in little kids, you'll see it is when they don't feel adequate or they don't feel like they're going to do good, they get injured or they pretend to be injured very easily. Like you see this a little bit in kids, like, you know, playing baseball, you might not be very good. Oh, I twisted my ankle, or I hurt my thumb, or, you know, yada, yada, yada. When if you were determined, you're like, yeah, I hurt my thumb, I'm still playing. I'm still playing. Like I'll run with a limp if my foot's hurt, if my ankle hurt, right? But when you don't feel adequate, timolol is very fortifying to that aspect in your body and in your psyche. So rose can be fortifying too. Benzoin helps you to put space between you and whatever is happening. So it makes it more about you and less about the environment, right? So whichever one you're using, pull it out. Timolol is soft enough to put it on the skin. Yeah, it's soft enough to put it on the skin. Probably not. Yeah, just to play it on the safe side. Use your helichrysum.
Somebody's wondering about tuberose.
Tuberose for this.
What? Do you have this?
Probably not.
Did I-
Do they not have anything? Or-
Oh, is it 1:30? Oh, God. I'm sorry.
And when you have it in front of you, just start inhaling. Take long, slow, deep breaths. You're not even doing a pattern yet. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling again. This time your awareness is on the front solar plexus, which is the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Long, slow, deep breath. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your upper abdomen below your ribs. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area, below your shoulder blades on the mid back. And then just be still. Just be still. Just notice how you feel right now. Just the inhalation on the solar plexus, front and back. How's that making you feel? It's kind of relaxing and strengthening all at the same time. It's like whenever I do this, I was like, I feel stronger, but I could also use a little nap. You know, like it's interesting sometimes how like when you improve the function of something, it also makes you want to rest a little bit. You know, I just spend time reflecting on some of these things sometimes. But like if you don't feel adequate and you do some work with this and you kind of inhale it and you feel a little stronger, and then you notice like, boy, I could, man, I could just really use a nap. Part of what happens sometimes when you're really processing something and shifting a perception, you can't do that in your logical mind. You do it in your dream time. You know, that's when that happens. And when the process is like in motion, it literally, you kind of start to go into that mode of like, oh, I'm feeling tired. I feel like I'm winding down because your mind is going, let's shift this right now. And so it almost starts putting you in that state of being able to shift or go into dream time. Your awareness is on your spine. Feel this in your spine. Where do you feel this in your spine? Enjoy. And then just be still. Just kind of reflect. Think of an area where you feel inadequate. Like, I don't feel good, or I don't feel particularly well, and fill in the blank. Notice how it seems now. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the front solar. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area below your ribs. Long, slow, deep breaths. And pause and just be still for a moment. Just let it all go. Just be still. Let's go back to that back solar plexus. We're not done with that one yet. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the mid back. Think of it like this, like keep inhaling. You're not really cleaning your solar plexus, you're fortifying it, you're strengthening it. The solar plexus has to do with the self. There you go. It's very soothing. Huh? And then just pause and be still. Just let go for a moment. Think of some area where you usually feel kind of inadequate, like I don't feel good when I have to do this. I don't feel good talking in front of others. I don't feel good explaining something. I don't feel good. Like, notice how you feel. Notice your response or your observations with that. Your awareness is on your spine. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Either on a spot in your spine or your whole spine. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still, be aware, pause, and let go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do another 8 or 9 of the materialization breath. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind. Think of something where you feel inadequate about doing it. Whatever it is. No, somebody here said, doesn't mean I want to do it, but still it's more about, could you if you needed to? Could you if you wanted to? You know, feeling inadequate can be paralyzing sometimes. Okay, so awareness on your back heart, long, slow, deep breaths, not having to think about anything. And then just be still. Again, your back heart. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. You know, I just had a little flash of something where you could fill inadequate, wouldn't even put two and two together. Think about like having a health issue, like in almost like having not necessarily a thought, but a feeling of like, I don't even know if this is going to heal, or I don't even know if I have it in me to heal this particular condition. You know, when it's something small, it's one thing, but when it's like a bigger issue, like I don't feel adequate about even being able to heal this. You know, those things happen. You know, those feelings can stir, and you wouldn't necessarily recognize them as I feel inadequate here. I'll tell you where mine, like I could see it whenever I would be around one of my teachers. I would be like, oh, like I have to be a better person to have a conversation with this guy. Like I just, I am not in a good place. I need to meditate more. I need to purify more. Like I could go down the list. You know. Yeah. Yeah, boy. You really think about it, it's really easy to start coming up with these. Like, oh, I have it here, I have it there. But we come up with ways to manage it, you know? You make it work. But if you address it, you can make it work better. You can make it work easier. You could. So I'm gonna share like this is like kind of a bit embarrassing, but so I had that thought all the time with Master Choa. Like for those of you who don't know it, like I always had it with Master Choa. Like I'd get around him. I was around him all the time when he was in California, around him all the time. But I would always be like, I need to be quiet. I need to not show him how dumb I am. Like I would have all these weird thoughts. And the last time I saw him, he was in the middle of a conversation with somebody and he turned and he looked at me and he said, the teacher ignores the shortcomings of the student, otherwise the work wouldn't progress. And I was just like, I was dumbfounded. I was like, wait, what? And he looked at me like, did you get that? And then he just turned right back to the conversation that he was having with that person. And I was standing there like deer in the headlights, like, wait, what? And like, it took me a minute to process. And I was like, this whole time he could hear that chatter in my head, because he nailed it to a T. Like every time I'd be around him, I was like, I have a question, but I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. Like I haven't meditated enough. I'll keep my distance. Oh, every time it was something. Every time. Right. And so in a way, I lost potential opportunities to interact with him about things that I might have been curious about. We could have had some good conversations about something. And don't get me wrong, we had a bunch of good conversations. But at the beginning of my interaction with him, every time I saw him was like, I'm not good enough. I'm not adequate enough. I haven't meditated enough. I'm not clean enough. I need 15 more salt baths before I go see him, whatever it is. Like I just had a story every time, And time goes by and it was, who knows what conversations I could have had with him. Who knows? But it was because every time I would see him, I felt inadequate. So think of a situation, it doesn't have to be something intense like that, but think of a situation where you might feel a little inadequate, where you just kind of hesitate a little bit. And close your eyes, and as you tap into it, not even a pattern, not like materialization breath, just think of the situation and inhale whatever oil you're using. And then just be still. So even this little short thing that we just did at the end, where you feel inadequate in a particular area, you don't feel the confidence that you think you should have, or you don't have enough confidence to get something moving, just pick up the oil that you're using. What are the ones listed here? Think of the situation and inhale. It's different than procrastination, although sometimes this will cause procrastination. Right? Sometimes procrastination is just you're stressed out, shuts down your basic chakra, your ability to move forward. But when you're feeling inadequate, it starts to, you know how you run things on your phone, like you might be doing text messages and then you watch a video, the video eats up way more of your battery life. Feeling inadequate eats up a lot of battery, a lot of your battery life. It makes it really easy to procrastinate. Makes it really easy to go, later. Maybe next time. I really don't want to. Makes it really easy to do that.
It also becomes a vicious cycle.
Yeah, and somebody here said it becomes a vicious cycle. I would agree. So let's go ahead and unmute. You can type in, unmute yourself.
So one of my biggest ones, and actually, when we interview people, I go through the scenario with them because it shuts me down, and I don't want any employees like that.
Mhm.
It's, the Marie Kondo thing where they they take everything out of a cabinet and pour it on the floor and on a blanket, and you're supposed to go through it and pick the things that brings you joy and let go of the rest of the stuff.
No.
That will shut me completely down. Because I feel inadequate to face all of that mess. Like, I just can't. So that's what I was working on.
Well, what about
See
what
how it
brings you
works.
joy?
Huh?
I don't think I understand what you're saying.
Marie Kondo is a
Yeah, I know. but-
butterer person. So she says, hold it. If it brings you joy, keep it. If it doesn't, let it go to somebody else that could bring them joy. It's just a process.
Oh, so you not being able to pick it up.
Brian took everything out of the dresser, poured it on a blanket in the middle of the floor and said, have at it. And I looked, it just shut me down. I looked at him, I'm like,
Oh.
I don't even know where to start. And I know it's that. Like, I feel inadequate to clean up that.
So she was saying, like, long story short, she feels inadequate to even like go through and get rid of things that like might be in drawers or closets or declutter. Just even the idea of being the one that chooses to get rid of something, there's a lot of levels to that one. There's just the act of going through the stuff, but if it's like anything like my family, on one side of my family, like they don't, like when somebody passes, like when my grandparents passed, everybody kind of divvied up the stuff, but like I took nothing. Like I took a rock from the backyard that I used to play on when I was a little kid. That was it. Because I knew that the family would keep tabs on each other and criticize each other how they handled stuff that was really kind of junk, but nobody would get rid of it. And they would hand off things that they didn't want to throw away to people, and then kind of bust their chops, like, you're taking care of it, right? You're not just sticking it in the garage, you're not just doing this, when it was just horrible old ugly furniture that was from a really long time ago, broken pieces like glued together, and like it was just super weird. But even with that, like the responsibility of like, no, it was time to throw that away. I threw it away. Like, on a level of what she's saying is like being the one that said, it's time to throw this away and let it go. It's time to let things go,
Isn't that attachment to?
It can be attachment, but like here, you're also like somebody's here is asking, isn't that attachment? It could be attachment, but sometimes it's not your attachment, it's other people's attachments that you're going to have to wrestle with. Like the reason why I didn't take anything when my grandparents passed is I knew the dynamic. I was going to have 40 conversations with people that I'm taking care of some old cabinet that I didn't even like because it was given to me to take care of. And it's just this old, ugly, broken thing. It should have been thrown away while they were still alive. They just threw it in some room and kept it, for whatever reason. But I was like, I don't want to be responsible for it. I know I'm going to throw it away. So if you give it to me, it's going out in the garbage. Like I'll literally just walk it out to the garbage, like at their house. And so I was like, I don't want any of it. Like I don't want anything. I don't want a thing. And everybody got weird about it and everything, but I was like, I know that I'll throw it away. Like there was nothing valuable. There was no keepsake. There was no thing that was like of a memory or something. But like part of what she's saying, maybe consciously or unconsciously, is, you know, sometimes when you're the one that takes the responsibility for it, you're also the one that has to like stand up and say, it was time to throw it away. And not everybody might agree with you. You know what I mean? Like everybody might say, no, I don't want to take care of it. You should take care of it and you shouldn't throw it away. And it was like, you're not dumping that one on me. You're
So
just
how did I
not.
learn it for not taking anything with the rock?
Oh, they said a bunch of weird things to me and everything, but I don't know. Yeah, I was at the point where I could really care less.
You still have the rock?
Oh yeah, it's by our back door.
There you go.
Yeah. It's one of those rocks like you know, like the Indians used to grind corn and stuff in. It's like, so it's got like a little mortar pestle, but like it's made out of like some old rock. And so yeah, I used to play with it when I was a little kid. I was like, that's what I want. That's a keepsake for me.
Yes.
Like that, I like that. Yeah.
If Brian had done it to me, he'd still be on the crutches. Tracy, don't you worry if you hurt him.
So how about anybody?
You were justified.
Yeah, go ahead, Romana.
Hey, Romana.
Yeah, hi. When I was in the Catholic faith, I really didn't think I was worthy enough to keep communion. I was asked to
Yeah,
be
you were being a good Catholic. I grew up Catholic. I got that one. Like,
but
that's
when
kinda
I was
built
a
into-
Eucharistic minister, they wanted me to be one, and I didn't think at first that I was worthy enough. It took me several years to think that I was worthy enough
Good.
because of my past. And but then, you know, I became a Eucharistic minister, and now I'm with Astera. So,
Tremendous.
but I because my beliefs, I think before I was trying to be a cookie cutter for the Catholic faith, and my real faith was coming out not as a cookie cutter,
Right.
and was being how you say it was being challenged. My faith was being challenged. My beliefs of everybody the same, and loving people no matter what, and being compassionate to them, and so all that kind of conflicted a little bit on that. But yeah, that I could relate to what you were talking about, not being worthy enough, not doing so many rosaries, you know. Maybe
Right,
I'm not
exactly.
doing-
Well, like that's what I was joking, like at first, because you know, there's that good old fashioned Catholic guilt. You know, I grew up Catholic and in Catholic schools and everything, and boy, you know, that guilt thing. Yeah, they kind of drill that into you, you know, a little bit. Yeah,
They do.
they
But
do.
then there was one priest that we know he used to have cancer, and when he used to give mass every morning, one time I interiorly said to myself, you know, please take away the pain while he's giving mass and give it to me. And that way he goes to me, Romana, that's for me to bear, not for you to bear. So I was kind of stunned to hear that he could actually hear what I said interiorly, that I was praying. It was interesting. It was very interesting. I had very many experiences that I don't know what happened, but
Mm.
Interesting. And that priest is being sent away because he's a good priest.
Mhm.
But he was sent to a small town because his beliefs against other Catholic priests that weren't doing their, but never mind. I'm not going here now.
Mm.
But thank you. I understand what you were saying in a
Yeah,
lot of
good,
things.
good.
Okay,
Thanks for sharing.
all right.
Question.
Mhm.
So this protocol basically builds a gap between you and the inadequacy you have? Or
Like, yeah.
benzoin helps to create a gap as part of the protocol?
Like, oh, they're thinking of the benzoin, I guess.
I guess.
No, it's more like it's fortifying. The benzoin does cause a little bit of a gap, but it just makes you not like personalize things so much so that you can build some strength. It's not about a gap. It's just that's the nature how benzoin works. But because you're a little bit insulated, you're able to fortify yourself through positive experiences.
That might have answered the second part. How do you overcome the inadequacy though?
Well, positive experiences is one, but the things that we have you using here are very fortifying to certain parts of the lower emotions that makes it easier for you to take action. The thing is like when we say something like how do we deal with this? That is the logical mind trying to make something happen. When here it's more about fortifying something, resolving something so that the behavior shifts or changes. It's not about trying to take a different action or make something look different. It's fortifying the thing that's weak so that you can perform better or you can think better, or you can act better. Yeah.
Someone in response to Tracy's, I can resonate with her inability to go through stuff. Would love to know how to start.
Think of a drawer, start inhaling that time or whatever one you used. Keep inhaling it until you feel like dumping out the drawer or going through the drawer. I mean, sometimes it might be a single session, sometimes it might be weeks or months even of going through and doing that. What's that?
May I suggest that Marie Carlo makes me crazy because if I don't love it, I don't have to start with. So her thing doesn't work for me. What did work was decluttering at the speed of life, which
Yeah,
is,
but we're not talking about
oh,
clutter.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I get it, but you're going down a rabbit hole about
Right. Sorry.
that person and their techniques of decluttering. Like, yeah.
This has been a recent loop. Thank you for the example of health issues because I'm trying to talk to doctors about possible options to remedy a problem in my opinion, can be daunting for me. Prompts avoidance behavior, even though I'm really bothered.
Yeah,
by
whatever you're talking about, that's a good example of like feeling inadequate, like some of the things that you're saying. So even just thinking of like, okay, I have this situation that I need to address, or how address somebody who's handling some other situation, start inhaling as you think of the situation. Think about it in your mind, think about it, hold it in the heart, and let areas get fortified. You know, I do this whole segment as well, but work, especially the Tylenol. Tylenol is probably your best bet here. I overcome a bunch of weird things from my childhood from just using Tylenol. You know, just like little weird, like lack of confidence and just weird behavior, like avoidance behaviors. You know, I was older. It wasn't like I did it when I was young. And I could just see them, they're still there as I'm older. They look a little different, but they're still there. And going through and working the Tylenol, they were in the rear view mirror. And it really didn't even take that long. Yeah.
So you don't even really need the pattern. You can just like.
The pattern helps. The pattern's helping, but like when you're really like in front of something, I'd sit and inhale it as you're thinking of the thing as well. Like I would do both. Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, guys. Hey,
Hey.
this one's like an onion. You know, there's you start digging on this and, just you mentioning here, I am thinking, oh, this is great. There's a lot of positive bits, but, you start scratching a little bit more and then, yeah, so I think the time liminal,
Mhm.
that's going to be close, very close.
Yeah,
for-
yeah. And it's very soft. You can do really big dosages. Like you can use it on children. Like it's a very soft, gentle. It doesn't like overheat the body. Like you could kind of go crazy with it and still be okay. And I remember when I was first starting to use the time linalool, because I had tried other things, wasn't really working. And I started doing the time linalool, and this is literally what I thought in my head, which is funny because I was like, yeah, I don't know if this is strong enough or going to be good enough to resolve this. Basically, I was saying the time linalool isn't adequate enough to heal my inadequacy.
Right.
And then like I didn't realize I was doing it, but then when I got to the other side of it, I looked back and I was like, I was projecting my thoughts onto this little bottle of oil.
Right.
Like how ridiculous is that?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, somebody said, you can take it internal, you can put it on topical, you do a chest rub, you do a salt bath, like
Oh, cool.
anything goes.
Yeah, and diffuser and stuff like that too, right?
Diffuser, yeah.
Okay.
Like it's soft enough where you put like 4 or 5 drops on your wrist and like rub it together, where sometimes might be a little bit irritating. Time linalool, super soft.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
And then what you were saying too about Master Choa, I
Mhm.
wanted to write that one down. He said the teacher ignores the shortcomings of the student,
Oh
so
yeah, it's burned in my mind.
so there
The
can be
teacher
progress.
the teacher ignores the shortcomings of the student so that the work can progress.
Oh, so that
I was
the
an
work can
I was an
progress.
instructor at the time, and so I was like, I'm not a good enough teacher. I'm not this. I'm not that. And so yeah, that's what he said to me.
That's brilliant.
It's actually the last thing he said to me.
Oh boy.
Made it even more.
Yeah, I've been I was on a regimen for a while there, meditating with pranayama and about an hour in the morning with Twin Hearts and then an hour in the evening. And then tried to incorporate going to the gym with that too. And I work with Anthony a lot, and he was saying, "Is that sustainable? You sure that's sustainable?" And it's like, with that said, it's kind of like everything just shut down for a while. It's just
Yeah.
like, is it really sustainable? So it's
Yeah.
kind of like almost a poetic license to wait a minute, do all, take a relook at this. But I'm getting back into into things too. So that's a
Oh,
good
good.
thing. Yeah. Thank you, Greg. Blessings.
You're so welcome.
Quick question, is time linalool better than Rose for this?
Rose does it a little bit of a different way. Rose can be very fortifying as well. You wouldn't think of Rose as being fortifying, but it can be very fortifying to the emotional body, and Rose can help you deal with the pain of something. Like if you're feeling inadequate and it's like, oh, this is going to hurt or this is going to be embarrassing, Rose can kind of help with that a little bit. But my go-to thing on this one is time linalool. Yeah. It's soft, it's gentle, it's fortifying, it strengthens the solar plexus. Don't get me wrong, I love me some Rose, but time linalool is a workhorse in this area.
So would Rose be good for someone that, like one of my inadequacy things that I chose was expressing my feelings.
Mhm.
Meaning I even went and printed out a wheel that leads back to what a feeling is, like
Mhm.
what that bottom basic feeling is,
Mhm.
because I can turn it off and not feel like I can be like, I'm frustrated, but I don't know what that bottom feeling of that frustration is. Like that's sadness, that's anger. Well, that's
Mhm.
anger. So would Rose be like
So you're feeling inadequate to get to those things or to address those things
to
or
express them
To express them. Oh, I see. Okay.
Or even
Honestly,
recognizing I'm feeling it.
I would still do time little. You know, the thing with time, it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday, but sometimes with emotions, especially emotions, um, sometimes we don't have the energy to feel. Like, even though you're like, okay, I have this anger thing, I have this upset thing, I have this frustration thing, I don't have enough juice in my legs to even talk about it or talk it out with somebody and them not hear it. I don't have enough juice in my legs, right? Time, it's like it makes you more spirited. It makes you have more like, it gives you a little bit more of like some tenacity, like where, like Rose, it's there, but it's softer, it's a little bit more refined. And don't get me wrong, I love like refined things, but sometimes you just got to bring in those like blunt, lower, like, we're going to get this done, right? You know, it might not be pretty, but it's going to get done. Like the time pushes like all those buttons for you to be able to express, to have energy, and it's not overwhelming. It's not like it's overstimulating. It's very soft. It's very gentle. It makes you have the ability to adjust with the environment, you know?
To express it without being
If that,
explosive.
yeah, if that, well, explosive, no. I mean, it's not going to necessarily regulate your emotions. So she's saying like the explosive, like if you're upset, like sometimes if you held on to it too long, it's just like it comes to the surface like quick and hard, right? Um, Even that sometimes you just need to calm that down. But even that sometimes you're like, I'm gonna blow this situation up because I don't have the energy to do it any other way. Where when you have the energy, you can go, I can be a little bit more refined about this. I can be a little bit diplomatic about this. I can do this over a period of time rather than it's going down right now. Now, there's times where it has to be done right now, right? But like when it comes to the head, hard to walk away from that. You know, feelings get hurt, water's under the bridge, you know, whatever you want to say about that. Where if you can be diplomatic about it and then, you know, bring it to the point, it usually will be digested better by a group or another person, right? But you have to have the energy in your legs to be able to do that. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're just exhausted. So this will help a little bit with the mental component, but here we're talking about it more from the point of view of emotion. You know, we talk about circulation for the brain and we talk about like brain fatigue, but there's a deeper thing called, psychasthenia. And it just simply means that the mind is depleted, like the mental body is depleted. And so that's usually more about like details and processing and cognitive function, where like expression a lot of times is more emotion, right? So psychasthenia, you would treat it differently, you know. But psychasthenia usually makes you like really super indecisive, hard to make decisions, like hard to process things. You know, it doesn't manifest as I need to express this anger, right? It's more the mental processes. I need to think of what's going on here, or I don't, this person's always angry. Maybe I need to make a choice, and then you can't make a choice, you know. But the time is fortifying to the emotional body. It's very fortifying to the emotional body. Yeah, yeah.
When you just explained.
The psychasthenia. Well, the anger wouldn't be of the mind. It would be more of the emotion. So maybe even do a little bit of both. But for the mind, it's a little bit more complicated to treat, but it's treatable. But let me think of a quick way to treat that if you want. Yeah, somebody else?
Ramona, your hand was raised.
Hey, Ramon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, my family has a tradition of using rose water to spray on our faces every morning. And that
Oh,
was
good.
taught to me by my aunts, saying that that gives us courage, us women. I come from a Cuban family, so or Spanish, and from Spain. So that was brought from Spain, that we always use.
Oh, nice. Interesting.
We always have rose water in the bathroom, because that's the
Nice.
first thing that we spray and we go to sleep. But anytime that you have like anxiety or whatever, my aunts always used to tell me, spray some rose water. Is
Oh, how
to
nice. Yeah, how
take.
nice.
So it was kind of interesting the way you said it, because that they apparently knew what it was what
Yeah.
was good,
Yeah.
what was good for us. But yeah, this is
Very
good.
nice.
This was handed down from my family to
Very
my
cool.
kids. Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody's good here. Let's take a break. We'll come back at 5 after. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and come on back. We're at the top of page 7. So now we're getting to, we did the deeper, harder things, and now we can coast on into the garage, you could say. So here we're just looking at positive self-talk. Positive self-talk. You know, it's kind of interesting sometimes when you pay attention to the things that you say in your head, but you know, it might be a little bit reinforcing. I don't even know that I have like self-talk, like I think things out now, but you know, if you have like that inner dialogue of something like, oh, what about this? What about that? Oh, don't do that. Careful with your head. You know, all those little weird things that pop through your head. You know, that part is just a little bit more active. And sometimes it can be your conscience. Sometimes it can be other things, but negative things, negative self-dialogue, a lot of times comes from other people criticizing you, especially when you were young.
Yes.
You know, you're almost like taught that behavior. You know, I found it very interesting, like many years ago when I was treating schizophrenics, that you know, they would hear voices. That was actually relatively quick to diminish. The thing that was really hard was they would have these just really brutal self-internal dialogue that they just would beat themselves up about. And it wasn't every one of them, but it happened often. And that's usually the thing that you had to wrestle with a little bit. And so, you know, for something like that, you have to be a bit more aggressive than what we're talking here. But here we're looking at just being able to shift out of the negative to the positive. And as weird as it sounds, is you set aside the stories of like, this happened to me when I was 5 and this happened when I was 10. It's not that they don't count, but for this, let's just look at it mechanically. Is when you have a good experience, it has an impression on your nervous system, like your nervous system and just like say parts of your brain. When you have a bad experience, it has an impression. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the impression. Now, here's the thing. The more repetitive the thought, the more of the impression. Think about when good things happen to you, you don't go, that was amazing, 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 that was amazing. You go, that was amazing. I wish I could hold on to it, right? And then it kind of passes. But when something negative happens, you're trying to resolve it, so you grind on it. That sucked, that sucked, that sucked. Oh, God, that sucked, that sucked. And so what happens over a period of time is we have a greater tendency to impress upon the nervous system negative things rather than positive things. We all do it. I mean, there's practices in Buddhism that are about undoing that, right? The effects of that. And so here what you're doing is you're just letting go of some of those negative impressions and allowing for more positive things, because as you get older, it becomes easier to go, yeah, those are negative, that is positive. I'm going to focus a little bit more on the positive. When you're 8, not that easy. When you're 15, not that easy. When you're 22, not that easy. And when you're 29, kind of starting to get there, but 30s, you might be getting it, but 40s, you get a little bit more realistic with yourself. You know, it starts to become easier, like, well, life experience has taught me XYZ, right? And so the positive dialogue in a way gets easier as you get older, unless there's just too much junk in the drawer. Going back to your guys' reference, like if there's too much junk in the drawer, got to dump it out on the floor and go, that goes, that goes, that goes, that goes. This stays, right? And so I come back to this phrase just because I'm kind of projecting this on you guys, right? You know, from my personal experience. Evolution implies time, process, and mistakes. In my head, I always thought I had to get it right off the bat, that I needed to be smart enough to where it didn't have to evolve and I wasn't allowed to make mistakes. And once I really, like at first I intellectually got that, I was like, oh, that's very interesting. But when I really got that idea, like to the bone, it just took the edge off of everything. Because even if I make a mistake, it's like, okay, but I'm going to learn from that mistake and I'm going to be stronger for it. So kind of not great that it happened, but I'm going to learn from it. It's going to be great eventually because of that, right? And so in situations, I mean, I had to have this really deep heart to heart talk with myself, right? And I realized that anything that I did well, I didn't do intentionally. It was, I started off doing something, I made a bunch of mistakes, I had a wrong perception, I had to adjust myself, and that adjustment is what made me successful or achieve the goal in that particular area, not what I set out to do. I couldn't come up with one situation where I was like, I thought this, I set out to do it, I did it, I nailed it, you know, and you do that golfer, never had one of those, not one time, right? Not one time. And so over a period of time, at first, I really beat myself up about that. But then over a period of time, I was like, it's the lay of the land. It's the way I do things. And I tried to improve, but I had, going back to earlier, unrealistic expectations, right? Nobody nails it like that. Nobody, right? And I allow myself to, like, if I make a mistake, I don't just try to keep like ignoring it and making the same mistake over and over again. It's like, okay, you know, this person might criticize me or a mistake was done. And it's at first I was like, I don't like it. But then I think about it, I was like, but they do have a point. Like almost every time they do have a point. Or what do I learn from this? And then, you know, you start to see it from a different perspective and you're like, yeah, I need to step my game up in that area. And so I make the adjustment. And in those adjustments, that's where the positive things come. So then after having several experiences like that, when something negative happens, it's like, okay, here's a learning opportunity. Okay, here we're about to take it bigger because the mistakes happened and now we can really see it for what it is. Like it stopped being a negative thing. It's just a thing. It wasn't like good or bad. It's just, this is what happens. A bad thing happens. How do we adjust? Good thing happens. It's like, well, okay, but eventually that will pass too. Like we have this joke in the office, you know, something bad will happen. I was like, don't worry, it'll pass. And then something really good will happen. I go, don't worry, it'll pass. It'll pass. Like, you know, it's, everything is transient. And so trying not to get too attached on the good, also trying not to get too attached to the bad, just going with the flow of things. And if you kind of embrace like that it's a learning process when difficult things happened, you become incredibly kind to yourself. You know, you're not judging yourself like the way other people maybe judged you when you were young. You're just like, yeah, I made a mistake. Like I'm not perfect. But what will define you is, do I keep making the same mistake over and over again? That's bad. Or do I learn and I grow from this? That's good. So you take a bad thing, you turn it good, right? So like in a way, like you want to be able to use these things for growth. And at the same time, you want to perceive it realistically. And again, evolution takes time, process, and mistakes. And in certain traditions, in the Buddhist tradition that I do, one of the great teachers in this tradition, time is the teacher. Time will give you perspective that no amount of studying will do. You know, you can pray, you can do mantra, you can do whatever. Time brings clarity like nobody's business. If you have a misperception, time will correct it. If you need to expand your awareness on something, time will do that. You know, if you just keep playing with it, you keep wrestling with it. So, you know, even in the Kabbalistic tradition, like where they play with Hebrew letters, there's like 8 or 9 letters of the Hebrew alphabet that have some impact on how you process time. Just simply how you process time. You know, if you want to get really good at overcoming obstacles, you gain a greater understanding of time, and you can see how consequences play out, and you can unwind situations and put forth strategies just on your ability to perceive the passage of time. You know, it's a game changer. So, but you have to allow yourself to be able to even see that. You know, you need to not be so hard on yourself, not so judgy on yourself, not so rigid on yourself, and not pick up where other people like left off as far as criticizing you. You know, be realistic with yourself. You know, the positive things, you know, just be a little kinder to yourself. Okay, so here you can use acacia, you can use butterbur, which is an oil that we use for a couple of different conditions. It's not a very common one. But here we're going to use Davana in the kit. But if you have any of these, they will work. I use acacia a lot, and Davana is very good for self-dialogue. Davana is actually in the family of mugwort. It's an artemisia, but it's a flowery artemisia. Artemisia is very good for Artemisia is very good for, I'm laughing because an old school medical aromatherapy guy, he was going, you know, what's your thing with all the artemisias? You know, the mugwort, the tarragon, you know, because like I go pretty hard on the artemisias. And I was like, it's really good for, you know, shifting and change and everything. He was quiet and he goes, you know, those are crazy plants, right? People who use them are usually crazy. I was like, yeah, that's okay. But it's a way to break out of a pattern, a way to break out of something that is repetitive. Pretty much any artemisia will help you do. So think about like tarragon. If you're in shock and you're like in a repetitive thing because of strong emotions, tarragon breaks you out, right? Mugwort and artemisia, they open up all the energy centers. They help expand the right side of the brain, right? The different plants, there's a couple that we don't put out, but the different plants help facilitate a shift or a change. Repetition is stagnant. There's no evolutionary energy to push it out of that repetitive motion. It's basically, first it's repetition and then it becomes repetition compulsion, which is actually a death drive. It is you like blowing up a situation or blowing up a way of thinking, feeling bad about yourself. You do that through negative repetition. So anyway, enough of that. So just take some long, slow, deep breaths and let's just take a moment. Nice. Like we were talking about that. Yeah. Great. Wormwood's in that Artemisia, Sweet Annie, Absinthium.
Is there this?
No, it's in the family. Awahi, but I don't know that I have Awahi up for you guys. That's not on the site, no, yeah. There's a couple others, like it, they'll come to me in a minute. No. There's one or two others that I can't think of right now. Armoise, yeah. It's like Armoise. Yeah. Hey, just pause for a second. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little highlight of like, I don't do it so much now, but it wasn't too long ago. It's, well, what about this? What about that? What are people going to say about this? What are people going to say about that? I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do that. It was just that. It was like, it was a mantra going through my head all the time. So if you have any version of that, you can just do this protocol, or as you're doing it, sit and just observe your thoughts and inhale the Dhavana at the same time. Okay, we're not doing a pattern right now. You're just inhaling the plant. And then pause. Your awareness is on your throat, and start taking long, slow, deep breaths with the oils. And then just be still. Pay attention to your spine. And then awareness on your spine and begin inhaling. And then just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. And then just be still for a moment. Just let that incubate. You're still on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Let's linger on the throat for a bit. How's this feel for you? You know, gotta be breaking out the bottom where, like, I forget about it, and then You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your throat. Excuse me. Just be still. What do you notice in your mind? Do you notice some thoughts? Let's still linger on the throat. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. Just pause and let go. Your awareness is on the spine, your whole spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. Bottle to your chest, chin down, another 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back heart, between the shoulder blades. And then just be still. Pay attention especially to your thoughts. Just be still. Observe your thoughts. Hey, we're going to take a break before we share, and we're going to do the next one, and then we'll just share everything. The last one's very chill. So let's take a break. We'll come back at 5 after. We'll do the last one, and then we'll leave it open to sharing experiences and questions, and then whatever else might pop up. Okay, everybody, we're on the last little segment here, and it's on page 8. And this is seek support. So basically having a network or being able to bring people in, be it family, friends, people at work, people who, you know, potentially can be supportive of you. And so, you know, I know this is a thing where you can go, well, I should do this, I should do that. But sometimes in this particular area, taking action to get it done or to put it off or to procrastinate can actually be a little bit of the challenge here. And so, you know, you're consciously having to create something, you know, you're having to put something in place. And so another way of saying that, it is a form of dynamic activity, right? And dynamic activity is a strong basic chakra, right? A strong basic chakra. And you could say the basic chakra is also associated with family. And so we're going to work that. This one's going to be just strengthening the body, strengthening the basics so that you can produce a result, attract something. And you know how like somebody would say like, oh, they're nesting, they're in their house and they're nesting or whatever. Nesting would be associated with the basic chakra. You know, creating a network would be associated with the basic chakra. Creating support, any sort of safety net, all part of a basic chakra. So you can use frankincense, you can use rose, or again, thyme linalool.
What do you want to do? Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Kind of does, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Nothing to really think about or visualize. Let's just strengthen the energy body.
Sounds real good.
Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Just be still. Let's just be still. Yes, you can. That's funny. Begin inhaling again. Let's stick with the basic chakra. Long, slow, deep breath on the basic chakra. Just be still. Be calm, be still. Your awareness is on the spine. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then just be still. Again, your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still. Let go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then just be still. Just let it incubate. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Just be still. Awareness on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then just be still. And one more time. Between the shoulder blades, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Hopefully that felt nice and soothing to you. Like a nice way to kind of end the day after, I wouldn't say it's a super intense weekend, but it's a little bit of an intense weekend, right? Like it wasn't just going through a list of affirmations about how you feel about yourself. So let's go ahead and share experiences over the last two segments, and we can do questions. And then after that, if you have questions about other things, you can do that as well. So unmute yourself or type in or, hey.
I got everything except why the back heart.
That back heart has an effect of, for one, transmuting some sort of emotions, but it also helps move things up into the mind. Yeah. And so she's asking why the back heart. And so the idea is the heart is associated with what you would say in Kabbalistic teachings, imagination. And imagination isn't not the ability to make things up, but it's the ability to perceive something that the mind can't see. And so you kind of have an experience, you feel it, and then eventually the mind starts to go, okay, I think there's enough data. I can kind of integrate this, start thinking about it. I can start to process it. I have something to grab onto. But the mind needs a little something to grab onto, where the heart can just perceive things that, is almost imperceivable, right? And so in ancient times, they would call this imagination. Right? So the front heart is more about integrating it. The back heart is about cleaning it up and then moving it up into the mind. It's like it's kind of how you keep having the like things are building up and going upwards. It's like you're feeling it energetically of what's happening. It's moving up into the head. Yeah. Yeah.
The song at the last one, don't you worry about things.
She was saying, like, as she was doing the last one, the song, is that Stevie Wonder?
I have no
Yeah, I think it's Stevie Wonder. Don't worry about a thing. Yeah, yeah, that's a great one to end on. Yeah, anybody have some?
Go ahead, Barbara, then Dorothy.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there.
Hey.
Why is it always the ones I think I'm gonna be a sleeper that knock me on my tush?
You and me both. I have this story about, again, another embarrassing story. I was traveling with the medicine man, this is back, 30 years ago. And we were doing super intense sweat lodges. I mean, crazy intense. Man, I'm right there. I'm nailing every one. I was the firekeeper. I was pulling it together. I was keeping my wits about me. I was nailing it. And then, some like people didn't show up. We'd been doing it for like 2 or 3 weeks in a row. And like one night, some people didn't show up or something. I don't know. Wires got crossed, and it wasn't hardly anybody was there. And he goes, "Oh, a nice mellow night." And he goes, "Why don't you go in and just do it yourself?" And we have to honor the rocks and everything that has been made ready for this. So go ahead and just do this really easy, gentle lodge. And I was like, oh, this would be like a spa. I remember thinking that in my head. It'd be like a spa. I'll sweat. It'll be nice. I'll think nice thoughts. Because they're really intense. I barely made it through. I'm doing it myself. It's not like somebody's doing this to me. I was pouring the water. I was pouring it on as soft as I could. I crawled out and I vomited. I got up. I was like dizzy. I was like, this was supposed to be the fun one. This was supposed to be the easy one. And sometimes I could be wrong, but for me, I think I let my guard down. You know what I mean? Like, even though it was softer, I was like, it's going to be easy. So I didn't have this like defense up of like, I got to keep it it only gets to come in so much. I was like, this is going to be a walk in the park. Didn't see it coming, and it hit me to the bone. So I'm not sure that that's what's happening, but I'm very well acquainted with that phenomenon.
That may have been what happened. This was the positive self-talk, which this point in my life is not an issue. But the second I started inhaling with awareness on the throat, my dad thought it was an endearment, but it was really a not affirming kind of nickname came to mind. And I realized to some extent I had internalized it a little bit when I was young. And then all of a sudden, all the not nice things that anyone had ever said to me just started coming up. The crap from the teenage boys on the bus and the stuff in the schoolyard, and it just kept coming and coming and coming. And I, doing the materialization breath, I was having trouble finishing it. I got pretty emotional at the end of it. I coughed. I had to stop. So
Mm.
I said, my guard must have been down. I wasn't expecting any of that to come out, but
Some of it could be in the unconscious, but for you, I think it might be a little bit more in the subconscious. Use some helichrysum like on the jaws,
okay.
and like unconscious, you go to the spleen, but subconscious, it's in the sex chakra, and it has nothing to do with sex. It has to do with like the sex chakra is actually associated with the commandment of that has to do with truth, like don't bear false idol, or not bear false idol, don't bear false witness, right? And so the issue is that like sometimes when we think something that's maybe inaccurate, or other people say something inaccurate, and we take it on, part of how it goes from just a thought or thought energy to changing into a thought form is there has to be some energy attracted from the environment, from the sex chakra, that pulls it in and mixes with that thought energy and brings it into form. Like it turns into a thought form. And so the subconscious is where a lot of that kind of stuff is. And so I mean, there's complicated ways of doing it, but a really easy way is take something like helichrysum, awareness on your jaws, awareness on the sex chakra, awareness on the jaws, awareness on the sex chakra. Just kind of keep going back and forth. And it's a way to clean up that aspect. But ironically, it's also what we're going to be doing in the class next weekend with the psychic protection, is we're cleaning up a bunch of subconscious stuff. And you know, there's actually even a blend in that class that is like called subconscious. It is for breaking these things down in the jaws. The reason the jaws is it's tied to your mental body, and then like it's an extension of the throat. And so and then the sex chakra, the sex energy moves up into the throat. You know, sex chakra is lower creativity, throat chakra is higher creativity. So the lower creativity is attracting the elements from the environment to bring something in form. And then up here, it starts to has to do with like, okay, now what are you going to do with it? What are you going to make of it? What are you going to create with this? What are you know, how are you going to manage this, right? And so we're taking it a step further next weekend, where we flush things out of the subconscious, but we're even going to go to addressing like how that will cause agitation in each part of your brain. Like we're going to go through the lobes, like the frontal lobe, the occipital lobe, the parietal lobe, the temporal lobe, and just calm agitation in all those centers, which reduces the psychic impression from the stuff that people have projected at you or said to you, or, you know, whatever it is.
Great.
But don't wait till next weekend. Like start inhaling, hit the jaw, hit the sex chakra.
Yes, I'll
Yeah.
do that in just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Thought came to me when you said, what are your thoughts? And I was like, I was really a miserable teenager, and I think I've suppressed that really deeply.
Oh, you and me both.
And then I realized I have very few memories from the age of 6.5 to about 12.5.
Yeah.
Really a handful of them.
Yeah, probably a very uncomfortable time for you. That's what I would guess. That like usually, like as a child, if there's times where it's really super uncomfortable or you just feel very super awkward, you don't usually recall that very well. Like you don't, you have to have a certain kind of activity in certain parts of your nervous system to form memories. And it's not that you don't remember, it's that memories didn't form in that time.
Okay.
You know, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes that's not a bad thing though.
Perhaps
You
not.
know what I mean? There's several times I wish I couldn't remember.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Ralph.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey,
Um, getting my thing to work. I grew up in a very traditional church, it's a Christian church. And I married in the same church. And I was married 20 years. And it was like women don't have a voice. And it didn't matter what I thought or wanted. I was there to serve the master, my husband, exactly. Anyway, when I wanted a divorce, the elders called me in, 5 of them. And they were sitting in a semicircle and had me sitting in a hot seat, I guess, and telling me I was going to hell if I got this divorce. And each one had their story. And it got around to me. I already knew that they were wrong and that I didn't believe in any of that stuff. But when I opened my mouth to talk, there was no voice. It's the only time I literally could not speak. I mouthed what I was saying. I didn't say a lot because it's hard to say it in that way, and then left and went ahead with my divorce. But something was in my, I call it unconscious and maybe subconscious as well from another time that I don't know. But I did grow up with a lot of terror in the home because of alcohol, my father. Anyway, when we started this support thing, I felt kind of sick at my stomach. It went away, but it was, stuff was going on in my stomach. And I have had to go up against that my whole life. That was, the divorce was 33 years ago. And I never remarried, didn't want to. Anyway, support has been something that I have had to go up against or do without. I had to do it on my own. And I just want my freedom. Yeah. So I'm assuming that all of these, as long I've been feeling energy in my crown chakra the whole weekend, and heat and getting overheated, hot. So I know something's going on, something's clearing. But anyway, everything that you've touched on has been very helpful to me.
Oh, good.
I feel really good about the weekend.
Oh, good.
In fact, I'm thinking about doing it again.
I would suggest.
Yeah.
That's a really good one to do over again. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
Good. I'm glad you had a good experience.
Yeah. Everything you share is right along my line of thinking. So it's more, it's a validation.
Yeah. And that's the great thing about me is I have lots of embarrassing stories that I'm willing to share. Lots.
Well, I wasn't thinking of embarrassment. I was thinking of learning.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
Well, good. I'm glad you had a good experience. Yeah, somebody else?
And then go ahead, Ralph, then Dan.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg, what's the function of frankincense and thyme linalool in number 8 here?
The thyme linalool strengthening the basic chakra, the frankincense strengthening, but making the basic more flexible. You know, the issue with the basic chakra sometimes is it's also the center that has to do with your defense mechanisms. And sometimes, you know, you have bad experiences and the basic chakra is like, like the goalie, like I'm not going to let in this other experience. It might hurt, right?
Yeah.
And so sometimes even when spiritual energy comes in, the basic chakra it actually naturally resists. You know, our lower nature naturally resists the soul, where the mind and the emotions are naturally conductive to the soul, like for everybody. So
Yeah.
that is the struggle between the higher nature and the lower nature, which is how we spiritually grow and evolve. Like that, it's not a bad thing. It's just, it's a thing that we have to work at to temper, to look at, have it put us in predicaments where we learn more about ourselves and things like that. And the frankincense makes the basic chakra more flexible. I mean, there's other oils that do it too, but they don't necessarily lend themselves to helping to generate support. Frankincense does, but other ones that make the basic more flexible is like aloes and spikenard and tobacco, cistus. There's still one I'm missing. Tuberose. Tuberose will do it too.
Okay.
But they don't necessarily help the basic chakra create like this, like support that we're talking about. They do other things. And so, you know, I try to keep it in alignment with what we're doing rather than just shotgunning a bunch of stuff at you guys.
Yeah. So in going back and reviewing these, do we need to do them all, or can we pick like, okay, I'm
No, you could just pick one.
particularly feeling X today, so I can do like number 6 or number 4?
Yeah. No, you don't have to do them in order. Like these all could be, I mean, they kind of build on each other a little bit, but really more than anything, they're each their own little segment, and you could do them out of order. You could do them in different ways. Kind of the order that I did was so that the weekend would go a particular way and then it would end a little bit softer than let's get in and challenge standards for the last one. And then, you know, stir everything up and go, okay, guys, take care. Have a good weekend.
Yeah.
You know, I was trying to like make it like so that we land softly by the end of Sunday.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good deal.
So there's no rhyme or reason for it.
Okay, great.
For
Thank
the
you.
order is I guess what I'm saying. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey,
Hi,
Di wanted to
it's
change too.
actually Di, his better half. I tried, this is my first time, and you know, I've heard so much about you from Dan, and I'm so glad to actually join
Oh, he's
today.
very kind.
I'm an acupuncture physician, and
Oh, nice.
and so a piece of me gets analytical about what are the herbs that you're using, and then correlate that with Chinese medicine. But what I noticed is so there's a piece of me because you're suggesting maybe 2 or 3 herbs doing the same function, and the reason why I go there is because I haven't passed my herbal medicine, so I have my acupuncture, but not my, or basically after you get a license in acupuncture, you have to pass your oriental medicine as a whole, which is a bigger.
Sure.
So I've had a hard time actually being intimate with the herbs, because you just really need to know them, because they are just not just one function. There are several like indications.
No, there's several functions, and they're not just physical, they're psychological and even like spiritual components to them. Yeah.
Absolutely, because it's all about, it's parts of it is energetic, parts of it is therapeutic. So but I noticed that my interest was because I'm in the invigorate blood or move blood category of herbs, which are actually frankincense and myrrh. And that is interesting to me, that it's nice that I was able to
So the last bit of the exercise actually very action oriented, like actually seeking support.
Mhm.
And what we used here is frankincense, and either frankincense or myrrh, actually both will invigorate blood in Chinese medicine. So it's very action oriented. So it was, I'll never forget what that function is as a result of this class. So if it comes back up in my board exam, I know exactly what they're talking about. So also I really liked, it seemed like we did the materialization on the last stage 4
Yeah.
a few times more than usual. And my interpretation of that is this is actually, you know, it's nice to sit and understand it and feel it, you know, but the last bit is actually the action part, which would be like, you can't really drive a parked car, you know, that kind of saying. So, and then of course we're using frankincense, and I actually, yesterday I felt very sleepy. I mean, I slept really good last night. Today I'm like ready to go out, you know. And I think that has something to do with the energetics of this frankincense, you know. And then yesterday you could have used, we were looking at self-acceptance part, and you suggested frankincense and myrrh, which is move blood, very active herbs. And then one that is patchouli, which is very heavy. So that kind of got me, why is it that way? And then I looked at, you know, these two herbs, frankincense and myrrh, they actually enter the liver and the spleen and the heart. So with the heart, you know, that is a calming, it calms the spirit. So there's a bit of like action, but with compassion. That's how I interpreted it.
Oh, nice.
Now, I know that it's different, you know, this is aromatherapy.
Yeah, but you see similarities within the different traditions. You can see like similarities of it, you know, like there's some different explanations maybe, but you can see how different traditions it kind of get there.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said, because I was thinking, this is my first time with aromatherapy. So am I overanalyzing? But actually, I actually need to make that correlation to actually integrate that into my practice, you know, in some way.
And so for one, I'd say you're in the middle of like learning those things and doing it. So that's a natural thing for your brain to be doing. I would lean into it and do it. Like I would do those comparisons, because, you know, for me, a lot of times those comparisons, even though I might not follow a particular method or philosophy, I'll still learn something from that different perspective. It's like they're saying the same things, but they're saying it with different words and a different perspective. And it helps me to see my perspective to an even greater degree. And so I like that you do that. Yeah, I think that's quite good, quite healthy.
Thank you so much. And I'm for sure going to attend the next, you know, your next subsequent classes. I will try not to be late. And I just want to say thank you. And thank you for everyone's share, especially with Dorothy. I felt for what you said about being surrounded by these people. Oh my God, I would have died. Anyway, I will be part of your group.
Great.
Oh, thank you.
Hey,
thank you so much.
I just wanted to add a couple of bits too. Yeah, thanks again, Greg. As always, it's always like an expansion, you know. But with this one, it's a little different, kind of compared to the others. This one's like kind of like not like an overhaul of the self, but kind of like an overhaul of the self. You know, it's kind of like things got kind of, you know, the status quo, the earth got kind of pulled up, thrown up in the air, and then it's kind of like letting divine light kind of guide things back down into how it's going to reform, reset again. You know, it's kind of back to form the essence of form again.
You know, and if you think about like abandonment sometimes, like abandonment is eased the more we accept ourselves. Because if we're not accepting ourselves, when other people reject us, oh, it's devastating. But when you accept yourself a little bit more and they reject you, or, you know, they go away or dismissive, not quite the trigger that it was before. And so, you know, we've done several things in this series of the self stuff. You know, right off the bat, we started with abandonment. And then we start going through like self-esteem, self-image, self-worth. And in fact, I think self-image we did, or self-esteem, we did like 3 parts. Like, you know, there was several parts of it. And, you know, I kind of saved this one for last just because it's like all those other pieces, they're good and it's good to look at them and it's good to work them. But really when it boils down, if we get to a place where we accept ourselves, it makes all those other things easier to deal with.
Sure.
You know, way
Sure.
easier to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, there was this Indian Swami that I can't even remember his name, but like people would travel to see him and his message was just love yourself, just love yourself, love yourself. People would say, well, I've got this going on, I've got that going on. He'd go, love yourself, love yourself, love yourself. It was just his mantra. And he was just this sweet, loving guy. And at first I was like, boy, his message is pretty simple and one-pointed. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, really, when you boil it down, you get to that part, everything else becomes easier if you accept yourself and love yourself. Everything else becomes a little bit easier to deal with. So I was like, I get why he says that all the time. You know, it doesn't matter what you ask him. His answer is always love yourself.
Yeah. It's funny you
When I
mentioned
traveled with the medicine man, it didn't matter what they asked him. He'd always go sweat lodge. That guy is like, love yourself.
Oh
It
man.
was always
Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I caught a bit of the abandonment, your abandonment video this morning. So
good.
it's kind of nice. Yeah, started getting into that. So that's good. But
Yeah.
it's interesting that you mentioned that about the Swami. There's something I wrote a little while ago that's on this little sticky note. It says, keep loving yourself, keep working on yourself, and everything else will fall into play.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it's kind of like,
I agree.
cool. Yeah. Thank you so much. Blessings.
You're so welcome. Thanks for hanging out this weekend.
See you next time.
You bet. Take care.
Ciao.
Go ahead, Balaji, and then we do have some stuff in chat too.
Sorry if it's too late. Last question. I know it's like 5:58. Sorry. So because Greg, quick question. You mentioned something about repetition is stagnant. I couldn't understand the context. So say for example, repetition.
Like essence is dynamic. Essence is movement. Like essence is expansion. When something is repetitive, like in your mind, or you keep doing the same action over and over again, it lacks some degree of light, because even if there's repetition, it's still moving in a certain direction. But when something is just there and it's just doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, it lacks light. It's actually considered like what they call a death drive. Means it's basically it's a refusal of evolution.
Okay.
You know, it's usually not conscious,
Right,
but
right.
still, like anytime you hit something where it's super stagnant, it's got to have like a little bit of light infused into it.
Okay.
And then it starts to move.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure like which context did you bring that up? Was it in one of the patterns? Because I made a note here, but I just missed.
I don't
No,
remember.
okay.
But it's a psychological concept that can be used for any situation, business, even in the body. Like if you just see something that's a repetitive pattern in the body, it's not healing. You know, for the body, evolution is the ability to heal or deal with disease, difficulty, postural misalignments, injuries, you know, whatever that is. And so if you see something that's not healing, it's not that the person's doing something wrong, it's just that area is lacking the fuel to heal. And then in psychology, it would be more of like cognitively processing something and then refining your viewpoints or your perceptions, changing your viewpoints and perceptions as you gather more information or more truth, right?
So in that case, you basically, again, take for example, take time, linalool, and then just think of it, and then that will basically again sort of like
Or
bring
in this
good-
particular case, it depends on the situation and what's going on. You know,
Okay.
going back to what they were talking about with her acupuncture and everything before.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that actually helps do that from a medical aromatherapy point of view in the body would also be mugwort, or what we call artemisia, which is just mugwort from Nepal. But you know, it opens up channels, it opens up the flow of energy, it opens up the meridians, or if you put it on chakra, it opens up the chakra. And anytime you open up a meridian or a chakra, you're not just moving energy, you're moving soul energy. Like when a chakra gets bigger, it gets bigger because there's an increase in soul contact. When a meridian opens up and starts flowing better, it's flowing better because there's an increase of soul contact. And we get to it in different ways. And sometimes in different situations, you have to use different things to get yourself there. But in this particular context, that's the one to use there. But if it was a different situation with a different scenario, it might be something completely different.
But is CRC like a sort of a panacea, then you can apply to all chakras? Will that help in any way? I'm just curious because you
CRC can help, but again, it depends on what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, CRC is good, don't get me wrong. It works for a lot of things, but for physical and psychological things, it's relatively straightforward. When you start dealing with the more like esoteric or mystical side of things, it gets a little complicated.
Okay.
You know, it's not like, oh, you do this when this situation arises. You basically have to kind of evaluate, where is this person at and how do I help them get to the next step? So 10 people could have the same condition, and a person comes through and evaluates and gives 10 different remedies because each one of those people are in different places. Like that part's hard to teach. That's why, like, sometimes people ask me questions and I'll go, oh, give me a little more detail, and then I'll answer it. And then somebody goes, well, that worked for me. And I'll go, no, it's more, it's because people are in different places.
Yeah.
And it's not less or more. It's just, it's like if you were in the kitchen and somebody said, bring me something out of the refrigerator, that would be really easy to do. But if you were back in the basement down, you know, crawling in the crawl space, and somebody said, hey, bring me a drink out of the refrigerator, you'd have to get up, crawl back out, get back up, clean yourself off, go into the kitchen, grab it, and then come back in. You're in a different place. So the ease or the action would be different because of where you're at. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah.
Question. Could you explain what Devana does and the context of that process?
Oh, of the, which one was it? The positive self. It helps affect change, or like break out of a pattern, kind of like what we were just talking with Balaji. It breaks up a stagnant or repetitive way of thinking or perceiving to that something new can come in. It's really more of a perception than the thought process itself. As the perception changes a little bit, then the self-dialogue actually changes a little bit. And so anytime like mugwort or artemisia or tarragon, they're all about breaking out of that stagnant, repetitive kind of action. You know, they help affect change, but they also have different qualities. So it's not like one works across the board. Certain ones work in certain places, right? And so here, this one's about like undoing some of the conditioning from the past, and that dialogue that most likely you picked up from somebody else and just went like, I'm going to continue with this. It helps you to perceive that, like, maybe this isn't the truth. Maybe this isn't accurate. Maybe there's something different. Maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way. You know, it just gives you like a little flash of there's a potential for something different. You do it enough times and pretty soon you just end up walking away from something that had been in repetition for a very long period of time. You know, it's again going back to what Balaji was asking about with repetition. Here is that same idea, but in a different application. Yeah, anybody here? Yeah.
On the positive self-talk, there was something you said. And this morning when I'm in a abundance meditation practice, and the parable today was this too shall pass.
Oh,
You know,
nice.
when you said it, I was like, oh, it resurfaced.
Right,
again.
right, right.
So
These two shall
I just
pass.
wanted to
Yeah.
bring
Yeah.
that up.
She was sharing that, you know, when I was talking about like, oh, don't worry, it'll pass, be it good or bad, that she did a morning meditation for a prosperity practice.
Yes.
And that was their thing to meditate on today. So, yeah. Anybody else? I think if we've answered all the questions, if you have things unrelated to the class, you're more than welcome to ask if you want, but we might actually finish a little early today. So,
It was the same oil that we used this morning. My brain was numb. It's the same thing.
the morning was
Citrus.
Cistus. Cistus was the one right off the bat. The very first one? Yeah, Cistus.
This had kind of that same effect.
Yeah. Cistus will break you out of.
To drive.
Yeah, Cistus will break you out of repetition. Yeah, somebody had a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy. Then I think Danelle, you had raised your hand.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This thought is a little out of the box because I'm a little, being Aquarian, I'm a little out of the box. But it was a wonderful Sunday service from my perspective, wonderfully healing, and I loved it. And I saw a number of my fellow Astarians there, and I thought, wow, this class is a free class. You know how you will put a link in for the students to go to the Sunday session? I thought, what if, because in Astara, where thought goes, energy and information follow, and I realized maybe my fellow students don't have the oils that I've accrued over the last 3 years. But I thought with the idea in the beginning, when I didn't have an oil that you recommended, I would utilize thought, energy, movement, breath work, and did what you told me to do, even though I didn't have the oils. And I got wonderful results. And then I would order the oils afterwards so I could go back and practice it with the oils. But it just was my idea. I thought, oh, it's too bad these guys don't know that they could go to this class for free too. So it's out of the box. And thank you for the community and all the sharing. And yeah, wonderful stuff. I just love it. And I'm just profoundly grateful. Thank you very much, all you guys.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Hey, Greg. I missed yesterday, so if this is repetitious, let me know because I can watch, when you get the recording. And thank you for the class, by the way. It's been great. My question was, because I noticed it was very repetitive what we were doing, because I know you just addressed the back heart, but I was wondering if you could address a little bit with the spine. I'm assuming it's related to the chakra system.
Yeah, so it is somewhat, but it's also how energy can move up and down from the higher centers to the lower centers, and it's how Kundalini energy will move up, through the spine. And as the Kundalini moves up, it's part of what activates and creates and generates activity. The reason why we did a lot of with the spine is that your spine in esoteric practices is still considered part of the mind because it's like how you're interacting with the environment. As you have stimuli coming in from the environment, it comes through the tissues, hits your spine, goes up to your brain, you process it, you make whatever decisions or whatever you decide to do, it comes back down and then is expressed out through the spinal cord. It could be action, it could be moving, it could be even just verbal instruction or even just being quiet. But it's still coming in and then up and then down and then out. And so part of when you really want to open up how you interact with the environment. It's tied to the spine. And, you engage the brain by doing that. But even later, as you like spiritually grow and evolve, as you harmonize the two sides of the brain, let's say you're able to, what's the right word? You're able to be more aware of the true nature of the soul at one point. It's a kind of awareness. And then how that begins to express itself in the environment is actually through the spine, right? So you kind of have to go through and really put the mind in a particular kind of order. And I know I'm being kind of vague, but like there's these phases that your mind goes through. And even as soul energy comes in, your mind has to be really good at being able to let something go and have a change of perception, because the soul energy changes the logical mind. And so at first, it actually is a little bit, you could say it's a little bit traumatizing, but not traumatizing like how when somebody hurts your feelings. It's just like trauma just simply means a change of perception. And so if you think about, like, sometimes in your meditation, you have this deep realization, what happens? Tears come down your eyes. They're not sad, right? But still your body and your mind are grieving that thought, that viewpoint that you're letting go of, right? And so you keep going back and forth with like preparing the mind, preparing the mind, preparing the mind, preparing the mind. And then at one point, the soul descends and it stays. Like for a while, it kind of fluctuates, but at some point, it's just like, it descends. And so in the Christian tradition, they say the Holy Spirit has descended and stayed. So they refer to it as the Holy Spirit, but it's just really more the aspect of the soul. But the more that you keep opening up the spine and clearing out the spine and like tuning into the spine, it becomes easier for the emanation of the soul to begin emanating out from the spinal cord. As it begins to emanate out of the spinal cord, it'll start to affect the chakras, the energy body, but also it'll start to affect the people around you in situations. Like if you've ever been around somebody like, I always go to like the Dalai Lama, but whatever Swami or super developed person, as soon as you get in and around their awareness, man, your brain starts functioning different, your mind, it changes, it shifts, your feelings begin to shift. And part of that is what's emanating from their spine, their chakras, their energy body, and so on. So the more that you go back and forth with the spine, you're increasing your awareness, your cognitive awareness of what's going on, increasing you're expressing or manifesting your intention more clearly with the environment. And then eventually what happens with the back and forth, something begins to change over a period of time.
Okay. That totally makes sense. When I do work on people, I notice there's a lot, especially trauma, that's kind of trapped in the spine.
I would say the deepest emotional release is from the spinal cord. Yeah, the spine and the spinal cord, by far. I think you're very right on the money with it.
And then when we do the
you
spine,
clean it out of the emotions and you clean it out of the body, it's good. But like when you get into the spinal cord, it is a deep release.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. So when you have us focus on the spinal cord for this class, do you want us to do the whole thing? Because before you've had us do increments, like parts of the spinal cord one by one, or
you could do both. Like if like, so like you might do segment one and you're like, I don't feel anything in my spine. Your awareness is on your whole spine. And then you get to segment two and you start thinking about something and you're like, it feels like somebody threw a dirt clod in my low back. And like, I just feel this like, so then you would work the blockage. So if a blockage is really apparent, then I'd work it. And if not, awareness on the whole spine.
Whole spine. Okay. All right. Awesome. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Dorothy, then Cindy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi, I have two questions.
Mhm.
The first one is a short one. It's, can you order a kit after the fact, after the class has been presented?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I can help you with that. I'll email with you. I'll
Yeah.
make sure you get the right link and you can do that.
Yeah, even classes that we've taught like a couple of years ago, they're still up there and you can buy them in the kit and all that. You know, they're like, we do them live, but they're also like modules that you can go back and do later.
okay. And in the medical profession,
Mhm.
there's this symbol that is the two snakes going up the pole, and at the top of the pole is a
Caduceus.
ball, and there's
Right.
wings. Would you
Right.
explain each one, what that all means? I mean, because I see an analogy of the work that we're doing, but does it mean anything to the medical profession?
It was a very old symbol from way back in the day. I can't remember who is it. Mercury could bring somebody from the depths of hell with that staff. And so that became part of the medical field. But if you ask a lot of people in the medical industry, unless they have an esoteric background, they just say it just means medicine or something like that. The central staff is the central channel, which is above your head, the spiritual cord through your body, the central channel, and as it comes out the floor of your pelvis, it's the earth cord. So it's your connection to your incarnated soul, your higher soul, eventually to the divine spark, and so on and so on. So this is like your spiritual cord or your central channel. The two snakes, and if you see it in color, one's usually red and one is usually blue, are tied to the nostrils, like these little energy channels that run from the nostrils down to an area down by your tailbone. The red is associated with the right nostril, the blue is associated with the left nostril. So the red one runs hot, the left one runs cool. And it's this mixing of upper and lower energies that balances out the brain and balances out the different parts of the nervous system. And you could say provides a certain kind of like esoteric fluid for the nervous system. Then the little acorn at the top of that little staff is actually the pineal gland, but more specifically within the pineal gland, it's the mental permanent seed, which is just this little tiny dot or atom, but it a lot of times is symbolized as a little ball or an egg, pine cone, like a pine cone. And then the wings symbolize, you could say on one level, spiritual liberation, like the ability to spiritually liberate yourself, but it also symbolizes the ability of consciousness to expand outside of the body.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah. I've just never heard it explained before.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean, you could tell there's something about that symbol, but even if you try to read things on the internet, it won't always say all those different pieces and stuff. But yeah, that's what.
well, I see that as, I say my body shakes when I release. It is that it feels like the double snake that's going up. I mean, you might call it Kundalini energy. I don't know.
Mhm.
But
the snakes are the two accessory channels. Like they're to like augment the energy moving up and down the spine.
well, I find it interesting that that's the medical profession's emblem, and they don't know in what it means. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
it
you.
happened. It happened.
But to address what she just said, there's a 1973 Styx album called The Serpent is Rising. And it's a song all about the Kundalini rising.
Oh, nice.
And then that's next song after that is Hallelujah.
Oh, nice.
Let you know.
And then go ahead, Cindy, then Donita.
Hey, Miss Cindy.
Hey there. Great class. I
Hey.
had a question about, would it be effective to diffuse or timer the Davana, because, and maybe have it permeating the air, kind of like you do
Yeah.
at Rue, and
Yeah. Time is very, it's like fortifying, but not in a way that's like overstimulating. Like I find it to be very nice. The time, especially the time lineal.
yes,
And then
that's
the
what.
Davana, especially if there's a lot of negative self-talk, you know, things that you want to break up, it's really good for that. I mean, I really love Davana. When we were in the middle of the practice, I looked over at Samantha, I was like, we got to be doing Davana more. I forgot how good it is. And, you know, I do it and then I forget about it. And then I do it and then I forget about it. And I was like, got to break that stuff out again.
Yeah, I was thinking I just need it going 24/7, those two
Yeah.
things.
Oh, yeah.
Could you have them both going at the same time? Or
If you did that, I would do them in different parts of the room so that you can kind of have a little bit of each, depending on where you are in the house.
okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
like you could have one going in one room and then another one in another room or in the other corner, you know, something like that.
All right, I'll try it. Thank you.
Davana and what?
Time level.
And then go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hi, Greg, and thanks, Cindy, for that question. I'm going to diffuse the whole everything. Wonderful, wonderful class as always, and yeah, I feel chirpy and light and fluffy. That it's hard to even talk. I know, and powerful Astara. I joined you for the Astara, and can I share from that?
Yeah, share with
Because
everybody.
it's kind of it was very powerful and beautiful, and I was flying high somewhere, and the vision came. It was interesting because I was kind of in my backyard looking at, you know, from the back at my house, kind of, and then suddenly something moved my vision to the side of the house, to the back, to the yard, like to the right. And there was this water coming quite out of the ground. And there is no water, we've like high and dry, but it was like something wanted me to see that. And, you know, after the hurricane, that part of the yard, that part of the property felt very icky energetically for a while. So just curious. I always
I did an exorcism on your yard and cast out all the water demons.
No, I think you might know because it didn't feel bad. It felt good because the water was pure, crystalline and clear, almost like.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, like how we're talking about in the body, like stagnant energy or stagnant movement, like in the yard, that's bad. You know, you got a bunch of water sitting stagnant in a particular area. Not very good. And so that something's moving and gurgling like that, especially after your guys' hurricane, you know, was a few months ago. That's probably a very good sign.
That's what I got. I just wanted to share because my feeling, it felt like it's healing, felt like it's like it's.
Also feel free to share that Sunday session with whoever you want, forward it to them, whatever. And
I already did it.
Yeah, I'm on a kick like this last week or two. We've been doing practices and explanations and everything. And I'm like, let's just throw it all together and do some healings. Like I'm on a healing kick with the Wednesday and the Sunday session. So I would say keep tuning in because I'm going to keep working that for a while. Yeah.
Excellent. Because it was funny because I've been doing for my spiritual White Tara Tantra meditations. And then here you are bringing it through.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Love me some Tara.
I know. What's the best oil for tonight to kind of soothe that happy basic?
How about some frankincense?
Oh,
If you had like some fancy frankincense, maybe you should use some fancy frankincense.
what do you add to the bath, to the water, so it doesn't, the resin doesn't,
Add a little bit of liquid soap.
liquid soap? All right. Yeah, no, to this weekend, and I look forward to next weekend. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was magical.
so
You see, I'm
You're so
still, my basic chakra is still smiling.
Perfect. Mhm.
I have a question about spine. When you say spine, I realize that I shift as we're doing it from thinking of like the bones in the neck, and then it gets down to about back solar plexus, and it turns into the spinal cord, and then shifts back into the bony processes by the time you get below the main neck.
So she's saying that like as she visualizes different pieces of the spine, she sees different things. I would try to keep it all similar, but like if you wanted to work the spinal cord, do it from like top to bottom. Like if you want to work the vertebrae themselves, because the in between the vertebrae, there's like little minor chakras. So you're kind of working those, but the deeper work is the spinal cord itself. But you want to kind of clean up the minor chakras a bunch, like a bunch. But like when you like when I'm blessing people with my Dorje or whatever, there's different places that you bless to cause like different reactions. One of the strongest ones is to bless the spinal cord itself, and people just take off.
And so maybe start with cleaning the actual going for the vertebra.
Yeah, go over the go to the bones. Yeah.
Move into, and then thinking of the spinal
Yeah.
cord from atlas to
More energy is impacted in your bones than you realize.
oh yeah,
Yeah, good and bad.
well, broken legs. I
Yeah,
know.
but like even spiritual energy,
Right.
a lot of it physicalizes in the bones. So if it physicalizes in the bones, it helps to stimulate certain processes in the body. So it's good to do the bones as well as the spinal cord. Yeah, even your head, like your skull, especially like the top part of it, the more that you kind of, if you could put your awareness on the skull itself, not the brain, not the tissue, but the skull itself, and do mantra, man, you take off. You really take off. But it's a really super hard practice to do. Like you have to really practice at it because you're either going too deep or too shallow. Like, to like really put your awareness on the skull itself. It's a little bit hard, especially the top part of your head. There's like a certain kind of energy that will release and really start to change the meridians in the energy body once it's released. It's like a kind of nectar, you could say.
I carry a certain amount of metal in my body.
It doesn't matter.
Did you know it? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
it doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you. So,
Actually, metal and stones are one of the ways to draw light out of the earth. So I wouldn't.
5 pounds of titanium.
But there you go.
Dismals, come on.
What did that one do?
Ruzkus helps to calm the mind so that you're able to be present in the moment. Ruzkus and vetiver are also very grounding. Like if you're kind of up in the ethers, it kind of pulls you back down into your body. Calms the mind and grounds you in your body. Yeah. It's very, very soothing.
Is there something that could help someone who has spinal stenosis?
Stenosis, you just have to keep opening up and working the spine. I usually go back and forth between things that are antispasmodic and then lymphatic. But just back and forth. Yeah. 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 Send me their name and I'll look at them. Yeah.
Antispasmodic and what?
lymphatic. Yeah, but like if it, because like when the lymph starts to block up in the spine, it really locks the spine up, and like the lymph nodes and the bursa sacs all start to turn to cysts, and like it just can turn into a mess up and down the spine. And so lovage could be used, terebinth could be used, but at that stage, it's got to be something stronger. Yeah. I'll look at the person and see, like, but text me the name.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Mr. Robert.
Hey, Greg. Great class. It felt very luxurious to spend so much time in each segment. It
Oh,
wasn't,
good. Yeah, I
it
tried to
wasn't
make
like-
it not a crazy pace. Yeah.
Yes, it was very different. It felt different. And the last segment, like you said, like I'm barely recovering now and awake enough to talk. I almost forgot what I wanted to talk about in the minute that I've had my hand raised. So good stuff. Thank you very much for the weekend.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah. Yeah. You know, some of the classes, I try not to do this too much anymore, but there's so much ground that we're trying to cover. It's a little bit like a death march to the end of Sunday. Like, okay, do this. No questions, no talking, stay focused. I'm trying not to do that quite as much, but you know, it gives us more time to explore. It gives us more time to have conversations. And, you know, we've been doing this series for a while. I just thought we'd open it up to people being able to ask questions or to share, or, you know, something like that. So I kind of set the one up next weekend with self-protection up in a very similar way.
And somebody's actually reiterating again, the Star of Blessing today was very helpful and healing. Can't emphasize that enough. From the question and discussion with Donita, it sounds as if that is recorded and can be pulled up from an email link. We'll send you the link. Yeah, it's actually at the Star YouTube channel.
Yeah.
So that can be repeated.
It's a Star, what is it? A Star 1951?
Yeah, a Star 1951.
On YouTube.
When we started yesterday, it seemed really difficult for me to fully engage with these oils and the process. But today I found it easy to be pulled into a wonderful class process, and the oils very helpful.
Oh, good.
Thank you. When we work the spine, do we always work it top down? Someone said?
No, you can go up and down. Like if you want to start at the bottom, work your way up, go for it. I have habits from all the years of doing healing, of working energy. I go from top to bottom, but in this process with the oils, you could go up or down.
I think that's a great class, Greg.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, okay, you guys, thanks for hanging out and having a great weekend with us. And remember, Tuesday night, we have our Q&A, and we're doing a little more of what we're starting to kind of call around the office is our aroma yoga, where we work different aspects. We're going to go a little bit deeper in some fascial release kind of techniques to go a little bit deeper. And then we have our class that's a free thing on Wednesday night for exploring things with the nervous system and the psyche and all that. And we have the Astara sessions that are free on Wednesday night at 6 Central Time. And next weekend is the mystical approach to psychic protection. Yeah. So I think we have a bunch of you guys signed up for that as well. So I'll see you at one point, hopefully. Take care, you guys.